Benvinguts, encetam aquesta hora baixa, benvinguts a tots, també a la gent que ens segueix a través de streaming. I bé, tenim una sessió, penso que molt suggerent, com us han dit avui de
Welcome
matí,
everyone. This
aquesta
first
boia
part of the
blava,
speech is given in Catalan and there is no simultaneous interpreting from Catalan. We apologize for that.
Per tant, l'hem de cuidar i respectar. I deia que tenim un títol suggerent per aquesta sessió d'avui hora baixa, que és la reconciliació, penso, de tots els humans amb aquest planeta, que pareix que en els darrers anys hem estat en brega i no ha de ser així, ens hem de reconciliar. I encetam aquesta hora baixa amb aquesta sessió que durà també ponències i una darrera taula redona amb les paraules i la benvinguda de Catalina Cladera, presidenta del Consell Insular de Mallorca. Gràcies.
Bones tardes. No sé si és la millor hora, perquè després de dinar, suposo que heu dinat tots, heu pogut dinar, però és vera que és hora que baixem una mica. Però sempre va bé, en tot moment, parlar del que avui venim a parlar aquí. Per tant, primer de tot, gràcies, Paula, gràcies, Carme, per ser convidada i per fer-me un espai per poder compartir amb vosaltres una estona i escoltar algunes de les xerrades que se faran dins d'aquesta setmana o macrosetmana que organitza l'última hora, que cada any torna més gran i se consolida més, per parlar d'això que ara deia na Paula. No tenim planeta B, és importantíssim tota la lluita contra el canvi climàtic, anem enrere, ja anem perseguint tot el que ja hem de fer moltíssimes de coses per alcançar, aturar aquest canvi climàtic si és possible i que com volia dir, és donar l'enhorabona a l'última hora perquè està fent unes jornades de reflexió, de bon convida moltíssim de ponents, moltíssimes iniciatives que se fan i crec que està molt bé compartir-ho i a més també li vull donar l'enhorabona perquè ho du per forana. Això ho diria també, supos que és la d'Inca, però perquè ho du aquí a Inca i tot i que això pugui a vegades ser més complicat, però també està molt bé que duguem les coses, les estenguem fora de Palma, perquè crec que tot Mallorca, tots els municipis precisament tenen moltes experiències. I crec que volia dir, jo volia lligar tot el que volia dir en el títol que deia ara na Paula, no hi ha planeta B, reconciliació amb el planeta, però també vull anar per una altra part. Crec que des de lo local, des de lo petit, des de les experiències que fa cada un, de les iniciatives que pot fer cada un des del seu àmbit, des de la seva empresa, el seu negoci, la seva investigació, cada municipi, quan aplica una pràctica, el Consell de Mallorca, l'Illa de Mallorca, des de lo local, contribuïm en aquest canvi global que hem de fer, que sense dubte, dèiem, i tots aquí segur que concluïu el mateix o partiu d'aquest punt de vista, és que hem de fer el més aviat possible aturar aquest canvi climàtic o mitigar els efectes. Per això tot el que avui parlareu aquí o parleu aquests dies és de molt d'interès, des de la mobilitat, la transició verda, la transició blava, el turisme sostenible, residus, etc. Jo dir-vos dues altres coses que feim des del Consell de Mallorca, sense ser massa exhaustiva, però des del Consell, crec que l'any passat ja vos ho vaig explicar, hi ha un projecte que a més avui, com que després hi ha Miquel Coll que parlarà de l'agricultura ecològica, lliga molt amb aquest tema, i és que fem tota una sèrie de plantes de reciclar, de tractar el compost, de tractar la matèria orgànica per fer compost ecològic, perquè ens serveixi de substrat bàsic per l'agricultura ecològica, que és fonamental per aquesta sobirania alimentària, per conservar l'agricultura, perquè hem de recuperar l'agricultura, jo crec que és fonamental dins de tot aquest canvi que estem dient, dins tota aquesta transformació que hem de fer, l'hem de recuperar, l'hem de potenciar i hem de també recuperar el nostre producte local d'aquí, perquè crec que és el que ens connecta amb les nostres arrels, és el que evita moltíssim d'emissió de CO2 per transport, dona feines, un sector que també se pot crear llocs de feina, és necessari el relleu generacional i també la innovació, perquè no, també és molt necessari. Per tant, crec que és important aquest projecte que farem, que són 5 plantes a tot Mallorca, ara començam en 2, que ja tenen fons europeus i a poc, amb una sèrie d'anys, estaran totes fetes i no han de dur a cremar ni una pell de poma ni res de matèria orgànica, sinó que ho han de convertir, aquesta economia circular que han de fer, ho han de convertir en compost. Jo parlava de l'agricultura, la importància que té, i aquí també ho vull lligar en tot el de sobirania alimentària, però també en tot el que segurament no heu parlat o no en parlareu, tot el que és la transició verda, les renovables i tot el debat que hi ha avui en dia, que és un debat de si renovables sí, renovables no. Jo crec que no hi ha alternativa, hi ha d'haver renovables, han de fer la transició verda sí o sí, Però és vera que també hem de cuidar el nostre camp, el nostre sistema agrari i, per tant, hem de procurar fer parts que, primer de tot, respectin el màxim possible el paisatge, perquè és un dels tresors més bons, més guapos, més bons que tenim a Mallorca i, per tant, s'ha de respectar el paisatge i també el sòl agrari. Evidentment, com deia, no poden renunciar a la transició verda i a les renovables, però sí que el nostre camp l'hem de poder conservar de la forma que sigui productiu. Per això, tots aquests camps agraris, tots aquests camps parcs fotovoltaics que combinaran, i que ja hi ha qualque exemple, ramaderia, agricultura, amb les renovables, crec que és encert, a part que han de ser parcs, si és possible, més petits, amb menys impacte visual i amb menys impacte paisatgístic. Crec que aquest ha de ser el camí, això és feina que du també la seva intríngulis, però que s'ha de poder fer. Igual que és important, sense cap dubte, xerrar de turisme sostenible. Perdoneu, quan xerrava d'energies renovables, me faltava acabar la contribució del Consell de Mallorca, és que via pla territorial també han d'ajudar a zonificar Mallorca per fer els millors parcs possibles en el millor lloc possible, sense disminuint aquest impacte de paisatge, visual i també conciliació amb l'agricultura. Però sense cap dubte un dels debats que per jo és fonamental i que ara en el futur hi hem d'afrontar i també hem de prendre decisions és el turisme. Tenim una economia, un territori i una economia basat en el turisme. No tenim massa més alternatives, més que sí que poden diversificar i, evidentment, potenciar altres sectors. Però la indústria turística crec que seguirà sent fonamental. El que passa és que hem de fer que sigui sostenible i hem de ser referents en sostenibilitat i en circularitat i la indústria turística ha d'estirar també tot el que és la sostenibilitat per seguir sent referents en turisme, per seguir tenint futur en turisme, però sobretot no perjudicar el que és el nostre territori, el nostre paisatge, però sobretot també conviure, el que jo he dit, territori i turisme i societat. Aquesta conciliació i aquest equilibri crec que és dels reptes més importants que tenim. Des del Consell de Mallorca, en Fons Next Generation, estem creant l'Observatori de Turisme Sostenible, que pretén elaborar més de 700 indicadors per ajudar a totes aquestes polítiques de sostenibilitat lligades al turisme i crec que també farà la seva bona contribució. Igual que no poden deixar d'afrontar, i és un tema que crec que igual que el turisme és dels reptes més importants que tenim, aquesta transformació o transició, és l'habitatge, com solucionar el problema d'habitatge a una illa on el territori és limitat però que cada vegada s'encareix molt més l'habitatge i dificulta en els propis residents tenir un habitatge digne. Crec que aquest també és un dels temes fonamentals que haurem d'afrontar i que també lliga molt amb la sostenibilitat, amb el turisme, la pressió demogràfica, com ho enfocam, tot això crec que va molt també dins d'aquest debat que tenim aquests dies. I després sí que també vos volia contar, lligat amb tot aquest temes de descarbonització, economia blava, és que el Consell de Mallorca ha adquirit recentment la central d'Ucanada antiga, la que està tancada de 40 anys tancada, perquè se li ha de trobar una sortida. Han trobat una sortida que és comprar-la de moment per part del Consell de Mallorca i ara sí que volen fer un centre d'innovació i descarbonització de la mà que lliga molt bé també en tot aquest camí cap a la sostenibilitat i no poden descuidar que vivim a una illa rodejats de la mà i que també la mà l'han de cuidar i des d'aquest indret també voldrem contribuir des del Consell de Mallorca i quan dic Consell de Mallorca és el Govern de Mallorca i tots els mallorquins i les mallorquines. En definitiva, crec que és un encert aquestes jornades, aquestes trobades que cada any tornen més grans, amb més temes i cada vegada temes o debats més enriquidors perquè crec que no hi ha altre camí i tota la societat tenim un ampli consens que aquest ha de ser el camí i això és lo ideal i que crec que se fa des de lo local amb exemples i pràctiques i iniciatives des de lo local per contribuir en aquest canvi global que és la lluita contra el canvi climàtic, conservar el nostre planeta i viure millor i més feliços. Duim molt d'any de progrés, aquest progrés no se pot carregar el planeta perquè si ens el carregam no podrem seguir progressant i vivint tan bé com ho hem fet fins ara. I per tant hem de procurar que això sigui possible i que les generacions futures també puguin viure tant o més bé que ho hem fet nosaltres. Per tant, desitjar-vos bones jornades, bon debat en els ponents que venen ara i agrair de la convidada i desitjant escoltar-los a ells. Gràcies.
Moltes gràcies, Catalina. I bé, com dèiem, això és urgent, atendre en aquesta emergència del món, però canviaré d'emergència a alerta, perquè hem dit, comentàvem amb els ponents d'avui hora baixa, que hem d'intentar ser positius i pensar que bé, el petit gra de tots pot fer que les coses canviïn i això és el que han de transmetre a nosaltres mateixos i també en els més petits. Així ho entén i supos que ho sap bé Anna Riera. Anna és directora executiva de Mallorca Preservation Foundation, que és una organització sense ànim de lucre que neix amb l'objectiu de preservar aquesta terra fantàstica on vivim. Ella és llicenciada en bioquímica i biologia i serà l'encarregada de moderar i conduir la taula redona que vendrà després de totes les ponències que comencen a partir d'ara amb aquest títol, com dèiem, més que suggerent, que no és un altre que la reconciliació dels homes amb aquest planeta nostre.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ya soy Ana Riera, la directora de la
I've been already
Fundación
introduced. I'm
Mallorca
Ana
Preservation.
Riera, the
Me han
director
invitado
of the Mallorca
a
Preservation
moderar la mesa
Foundation,
y es un
and I've been
honor
invited
poder
to
presentaros
moderate
a los
this
ponentes
roundtable,
de
which
hoy.
is a great honor for me. It's also a great honor to introduce the speakers today. We have Sauluz Daudero, first of all, a PhD in biology and an expert in marine biology. He teaches at the Oceanographic Institute in the Balearic Islands and the Spanish Oceanographic Institute. And I wanted to congratulate her because she's been awarded with Ramon Llull, an award for her work in this field. So it is a great pleasure to have her with us here today.
Moltes gràcies. Se sent bé? Sí. Moltes gràcies per aquesta convidada i enhorabona per aquests foros que són tan necessaris dins d'aquesta societat que va tan accelerada i que malauradament esgota els recursos que tenim. Ho faré en castellà, més que res perquè si hi ha streaming i se sent... Perdoneu. Bueno, entonces, ahora sí se oye mejor, ¿no?
So I think you can hear me now. Okay. So I've been working for a while now in everything that has to do with the sea. I'm passionate about the sea. I had the privilege of being born in these islands that have always been wonderful, and I love to see them being wonderful in the future. It's a challenge because bringing together so many uses for tourism, primary services and requirements as well, water, energy, waste management, it's a great challenge to bring this all together and let them all coexist. So, first of all, why should we speak of the sea within the context of sustainability and how to find our reconciliation with our planet? Well, because the sea is 70% of our planet. 70% of the planet is oceans and seas, and they are the ones that are regulating our climate. They produce the oxygen we breathe in, they offer natural resources to us, fishing resources. They're also a source of energy, wind power, wave energy. There's a huge potential in terms of developing sea-linked energies, but also cosmetic products, pharmaceutical products, anti-tumor agents that are derived from marine agents. In fact, many of them are being now obtained from organisms we were not aware of some years ago. Maritime transport, everything we consume here, we eat, the water we were drinking came from Galicia, so that's transportation in a vessel, so it's sea transportation.
Sí, ahora mejor. El CO2, gran sumidero.
And then CO2, a big sink. We always think of the Amazon and the big CO2 consumers. Well, the biggest one here, the one that's really regulating our greenhouse gas emissions and so on, is the sea. All of the microscopic organisms need carbon and CO2 to produce their photosynthesis. And so this is very, very relevant and the role played by the sea. Then we also live on tourism, and many people may come to some places inland, but the majority coming to visit us want to be at the beach and visit our coastal area. So sustainability is key here. There are many, many challenges and threats, many of them. They're part of the atmosphere, but also we have them in the sea. We've had problems regarding heat waves last summer, for example, which meant also that the sea water was at a higher temperature than usual. If it should be at 24 degrees, it was at 28. It may not seem too much, but that increase, when we're talking of a marine environment, is a lot. A combination with companies and with technological development is also very relevant here, because the administration cannot do things all by itself. I've been working for the public administration for many years, and it's impossible to get there. Environmental problems are devouring us. We act as environmental predators. We like comfort, and well, okay, that's fine, but we need to find a solution to the challenges and problems created by that. So public-private collaboration and partnerships, that's fundamental, and it's important to mention it in a forum like this one. And well, what else? The images I'm showing you, they are from here. You see full heaps of waste, marine waste, the emissaries, many things that are affecting us. And I don't want to set out any alarm here, but this is all there with us. It is coexisting, and this is part of what the sea is receiving daily. What is the consequences of this on biodiversity? The picture you see in the slide, that's basically organisms we have here in the Mediterranean. We always think about the Australian coral reefs, fantastic. Well, if we go and look at the Mediterranean biodiversity, that's also fabulous. And typically, we're talking of smaller organisms. We don't know many of them. We're not aware of their existence, but their biological and chemical properties are huge. We know about the Posidonia prairies and meadows, for example, because we cannot anchor and moor there and so on. We've heard that causes quite a huge debate and discussion. But the thing is that these meadows play a huge role for all of us human beings. The Mediterranean, it's a semi-closed, overpopulated basin. This is a reality. We have three continents, 22 countries involved, 46,000 kilometers of coastline, with a lot of biodiversity and many endemic species. Biology has created, slowly and gradually, all of these endemisms. The population living in coastal areas, that has doubled in the past 40 years, and that is a lot. Then we have to think of floating populations, people who come and go and who just stay here for a while, because the Mediterranean Sea offers, well, many advantages, particularly in terms of leisure and tourism. So that's also to be taken into account. 30% of global oil shipping, for example, and transport around that goes past the Mediterranean, and that may mean oil spills and many more things. The estimates based on current growth figures are telling us that we will reach 600 million in 2050. This may seem far away, but 2050 is just around the corner, really. So we were talking about the Mediterranean. This is a sea with many impacts. Maritime transport, for example, may be producing, collisions, marine waste. This is an image of a whale, for example, that appeared last summer, very close to the coastal area here in Mallorca. It was trapped in a net. They released the whale, but finally, it ended up dying. So this is a problem that's affecting. With the increase of temperatures, we are having more and more presence of species that are not from the Mediterranean. They have to adapt to these new ecological niches, but that takes time and may cause problems. Overfishing, that's also another problem. We are very efficient in terms of fishing thanks to technology, but that is also having an impact on, meaning that resources are decreasing day after day. Again, marine heat waves. As we said before, over here, you can see very well the different colors. Red is 30 degrees in temperature, which is a lot. And that huge inertia is also being released to the atmosphere. So that's a sort of buffer effect in terms of climate regulation that's very much linked to what's happening in our oceans. Over here, you can observe anomalies,
Me moveré, ya que tengo
difficult situations. Well, the pointer doesn't seem to be working. I'll try and approach the screen. So this would be showing temperature increase. You see that since 1993, there's been an increase. And then there are also slight oscillations, which are being bigger and bigger within this global change scenario. There are ever more powerful scenarios and episodes when there is some runoff, for example, there's a lot of water and so on. And then over sort of frequentation, things like, for example, how many people can come to a beach, how many can moor their ships there. These are problems and things that are on the table that are being discussed today and that we still have to see how to solve. Here we see another important consequences of what is happening in our seas. A proliferation in jellyfish is also involved in that currents are changing. Well, they are changing because of temperature changes, and we may have higher amounts of jellyfish, which may also cause problems and conflicts with, for example, those swimming or sunbathing and so on. This is another case I wanted to show you that has to do with the loss of an emblematic species that I don't know if you have all seen it and know what I'm talking about. It's called nacra in Spain. It's one of the biggest mollusks that we used to have in the Mediterranean, very similar to a mussel, and it may be as high as this, 1.5 meters, more or less. It may even be 50 years old. They naturally appeared in Cabrera, in many other areas, and naturally they used to produce be grouped in sort of filled areas. And in fact, there were sort of prairies, and fishers used to tell us we cannot moor at the port of Payenta because these nacras will cause some problems to us. So what happened? Well, in 2016, we started to detect high mortality rates. People were diving and started to see many of these Spina nobilis dead. So we started to sort of produce some inventories to see how this was progressing. So with this, we started to realize that to the south of Spain, this was starting there, and in just 3 years, which is really a short period when analyzing this kind of issues. And so in 3 years, all of the Mediterranean populations started to suffer these problems and these mortality rates, just due to a small pathogen, a microscopic agent that may regulate populations. In this case, there was a protozoan, a pathogen-related correlation. It was not typical of the Mediterranean, but it started to cause this mortality. And what's the message? This is an endemic species. It's only here. It's a big one. We can see it. It was known to all of us. It was protected. Well, years ago, it was fished, and sometimes we could find it in bars and restaurants. It was caught with meshes and nets, but years ago, fishing this species was banned. So what is the message here? The message is that if we've not been able to stop the death and disappearance of a species, what's going to happen with the rest of the species? Because how are we going to reconcile with our planet and with the species living in our territory? So we have to think that this may lead to something really, really serious and dangerous. How many species are we going to lose? Overfishing, fisheries, all of these areas. This is a graph that shows once again that catches have increased over the years. Technological development, I've got a probe, GPS, all of this stuff, fantastic. I'm very efficient in terms of catches. I know where the resources are and I can go and fish them. Great, very efficient in terms of time. But if I don't regulate and control these, those fish populations will be worse and worse every year. And that will lead us to supply problems in the end. This is a global ocean. This is a global world. And I think that this is a very good forum to actually analyze this theme. The Mediterranean Sea, maybe 50 years ago, was not what it is now. Our consumption habits were different, what we ate, how we used energy, this was all different. Today, we can do what we can because we are globalized. I can go to a supermarket and I can acquire a product that was 15 days ago in Singapore, in Brazil, wherever. It's brought to me. These are maritime transport routes, and you can see how intense they are and how molecules with ports that were so distant naturally could never have been connected, but now we can connect them. This picture here is just a graphic representation of quite big vessels. It's the ones having an AIS system, that's a sort of automated recording system. And as you see, there's an excess of saturation at sea level as well. This is big vessels. If we add small boats, well, it would be even bigger. So there's an over population in terms of this kind of vessels. It's an excess in figures. Plastics, this is another issue. We started to work on this years ago. I'm a marine ecologist and I used to study fish. I love to go scuba diving in Cabrera, in Formentera, in Mallorca. I look at ecosystems, their situation. But years ago, I also started to see that there were lots of plastics. And then all of a sudden, just by chance, I started to do some searches in some bibliographical references, and I started to see that it was difficult to find studies categorizing, classifying, understanding the relationship that existed between fish and plastic presence. Plastic is a fantastic material per se. It's persistent, durable. We use it for the textile industry, the food industry, furniture. Everything in our lives has some plastic polymer components. We can estimate that if we continue with this growth ratio and using this kind of material so much, we will move from a ratio that will vary from 1 to 5, from 1 to 1. This is also just more or less the estimates that we can make, bearing in mind current growth trends. Then I hope we will never reach this situation, but that is what may happen. We also estimate that 80% of this waste comes from terrestrial activities, from land-based activities, which could be managed and changed. If 80% comes through, I don't know, an emissary or a dumping or whatever, then I can establish some regulations and I can control and see what to do about this. Because we are so persistent, we have a bioaccumulation problem, which means that all of these organisms and so on move on to bigger animals and end up within the body of, for example, a tuna fish, which is something we're finally gonna eat ourselves as human beings. We speak a lot of microplastics. Microplastics are the ones below 5 millimeters per definition. So that's one problem. And plastics also have an added problem because they are a substrate. So when you have a plastic in a marine environment, they act as a sort of tractor, as a sort of main driver for other pollutants like heavy metals or hydrocarbons or phthalates, bisphenol, many other really, many other pollutants which are of great concern because they have a huge toxic effect and can produce neuropathies, metabolic changes, many different issues. We have assessed, for example, when we studied the content in fish, what we do is we sample some fish species, we analyze them, we look at what they have in their stomach, and this is some of the figures. I'm not going to explain them in detail, but just if you look, for example, at bluefin tuna, out of 132 have plastics in their belly. If we look at sea bream, out of 124. So variable percentages, yes, but the problem is that they always appear. We've never had any information about any single fish, analyzing them in deep sea, in coastal areas. Whichever we analyze, we're always going to find some plastic presence, particularly presence of fibers. What is the source of these plastics? What do? We see a filament, a fiber, we collect it, and what do we do with it? We take it to the university here in the Balearic Islands, and we've seen that most of them come from single-use bottles and packaging. So that is giving us some key elements to try and reduce the presence of these elements. If we get rid of all of this packaging and stop using this kind of bottles, we will be hugely reducing this kind of contribution in terms of plastic contribution to our seas. This small net that we see here, I just wanted to show it to you because just 10 minutes in the sea and we obtain all of these. This is why I wanted to show you. Sometimes we think that the water around us is clean, but after 10 minutes, you see what you obtain. And this is a problem because this is obtained in the summer, in the winter, all throughout the year. So it's not a sort of warning message trying to tell you we cannot swim at the sea or eat any more fish whatsoever, but it's an alert to make you aware of this. So what do we do with this? What are the possible solutions? First of all, monitoring, trying to mitigate their impact as well with measures that are coupled to the possible sources. Also think from a local to global perspective. It's not enough with doing something locally in one area. We have to act globally because everything in our seas is hugely connected. And this is a handicap for our seas and oceans as well. It sort of gives them a further penalty because all of the processes are going to add on to this pollution. Science, technological development. As a scientist, I understand that this can help us understand and interpret these data. With this, we can see what the processes behind this are, what we can do, and so on. And with regard to this, it is really important to keep on making progress in technological knowledge and really getting committed to this. This is an image of our seabeds here in the Balearic Islands. We have volcanoes, we have mountains, hills. For me, it's an exploration, as if we were exploring our land, but really, we don't really know what we have ahead of us. We can also think of a future where, for example, we can have marine wind farms with aquaculture stations and farms, biotechnology, developing new drugs, new biocompounds, new materials. This is all part of a future scenario, and all of it within a regulatory framework and scenario that should allow us to do what we have to do. Regulations coming from the EU, also at a national level, thinking about, for example, the Oceans Decade, governance, blue growth, all of these issues are of relevance. Also, our sustainable development goals. The sea is sort of cross-sectional when it comes to many of them. Number 14, for example, life below water. But we could also think about things such as, for example, responsible production and consumption that will be later on mentioned. Agricultural production also has an impact. What happens on land is going to have an impact at sea. So we really have to think about all of these global issues from a gender-based perspective, based on sustainability as well, energy. All of these gets together and acts jointly. And with this slide, this is just basically to finish my talk quickly, to try and show to you how or what our seas look like in Roman and Greek eras. Our seas were a sort of connector that brought together cultures, that helped us exchange things commercially. And they are still the same. We are still trading goods from one territory to the other with all of our resources. And we have to think that, within this fragile balance, we have to be able to find a balance in terms of using all of these resources wisely and preserving our environment properly so that we can keep on enjoying what we're doing. We need an ecological and environmentally friendly growth, and one based on sustainability. And these are images from last year. Just to give you some final note, just basically to show you that ecosystems that are as attractive as these, in the end, may sort of act against themselves. They are they may end up well, think at each of these vessels has an impact, and I don't oppose them. I have a sailing ship myself, and I love sailing the seas. I want to keep on enjoying my sea, and I want to keep on enjoying this wonderful ecosystem. So, well, thank you very much. I don't want to use any more of our time, but I'd like to thank the organizers for this wonderful and interesting initiative, which I think is really necessary. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Salud.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rafael Mujeriego. He's the chairman of ACERSA, the Spanish Association of Sustainable Reuse of Water. He was the chair of environmental engineering at the Polytechnic University of Catalonia. He's the author of many articles and reports on regeneration and reuse of water, microbiological quality of coastal waters, quality control, and on wastewater discharges, and he's recently recognized as a Character of the Year in a sustainable reuse of water by the American Waste Reuse Association. So thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, for me, it's an honor. It's very satisfying to be here today, sharing with you these thoughts. Thank you and congratulations to the organizers for a magnificent forum where we can present, debate, and reflect for the future. Paraphrasing Woody Allen, I'm going to talk about the future, because according to him, that's where I'm going to spend most of my time. Anna introduced me as a chairman and former chair. Seems that the condition of chair doesn't pass, but above all, what you're going to see in my presentation is a presentation by a lecturer. So I thank you beforehand for your understanding, because many of my colleagues say, well, Rafael, you talk like a teacher all the time. Well, I'm going to try and convey my thoughts in an educational and stimulating tone, and above all, in a disseminating purpose, so that at least to take your responsibilities, you know what options there are available. So to begin, this magnificent photograph taken from Camí de Cavalls in Menorca. Later I'll tell you the significance of that lighthouse. I took this photo. I also want to highlight that I've changed the adjective of this option. First, I said an essential option, but over time I thought unavoidable is much more correct. So that's what I'm going to talk about. The objectives of my presentation are, first, I'm going to talk about the challenges of the comprehensive management of water in our latitudes, Mediterranean latitude. What role is played by regeneration and reuse of water in those same areas, which has been made in Mediterranean climate areas. And I'm going to talk about two territories that are very, very similar, California and the Mediterranean, and Spain in particular, its Mediterranean coast. I'm going to show you some photos of some emblematic projects. And lastly, I'm going to share some thoughts so that you can take them into account for your decisions. The big current challenge we have is to balance what they, in English it's balance, in Spanish it's balancear has a different meaning slightly. So balance uses and resources. That doesn't mean we have to use all resources, we can leave some, so the scales don't tilt to one side or the other. All this within a general scenario. I'll talk later on about a more specific area of the Mediterranean. I also have that blue planet photograph taken from the moon, where we see that we have finite resources. As long as no comet comes bringing us water, and we don't expect one soon, we have the water we have. Mainly salty water, With that water, we have to serve the natural areas and a growing population. So while the planet continues to be the same, the population isn't the same. We're growing by 95 million people per year. It's as if every year we added to the planet 2 Spains. We have about 47 million, so a bit more. Slightly less than 2 Spains. What is important is to bear in mind that nowadays it's necessary to do what's called integrated systemic management. It's an organized system of interrelated parts, and when you push one, it produces a consequence on another. You all know that sometimes your telephone warns you that it wants to update the operating system. That's the operating system of our water resources. The iPad is one, Android, the iPad has one, Samsung and the others have Android. And all this, bearing in mind something that we'd forgotten in recent decades, which is the nexus, the energy-water nexus. Put simply, with energy, you can make water, and with water, you can make energy. In recent decades, we've highlighted the second, that with water, we could create energy, hydroelectric energy. Right now, we're looking at the other way around. With energy, make water, but then we have the big debate about energy. And all that within what we would call a bank account, what we could call the hydrological basin. It's the whole surface that collects the water that goes to a river. That's what it is, basically. A territory where the rainfall goes to the same river. And also within an expectation, which this forum contributes towards, of leadership and public coherence. We proclaim circularity and this and that, but that has to be made specific. More our own context, first the availability of water, irregularity of rainfall. Climate change in our latitude can be summarized by saying that everything that happens until now is going to be intensified. When we talk about water, the moon won't stop one day a week, nor will the Earth stop rotating. That's not going to happen. What will happen is the graph that our colleague showed earlier on, those oscillations will be increasingly larger. We have a lot of uncertainty. We've discovered that against all the principles of economy, of pure economy, that thing about having a single energy supplier should be forbidden. And suddenly we realized that there are many European states that only have one, and that one supplier suddenly decides they won't sell. So those geopolitical changes are having an impact on energy. And as I was saying, it's the water energy nexus. It's very important to bear this in mind. As for uses and consumptions, it's very trendy. Now, a progress indicator, which world institutions use, is to say, I belong to a megalopolis. I say, well, that's crazy. Because if we're all together, problems become much bigger. Taking water to a population of 1 million, but taking water to a population of 35 million, like the metropolitan area of Tokyo, they have 35 million. It's as if the whole of Spain had got together in a single territory. So megalopolis, but then we have tourism, which apart from the resident population, we have seasonal population flows that can periodically increase during parts of the year, and that can have serious impacts because living beings, since we evolved from hunters-gatherers, one thing what defines us is regularity. We like having regularity in things, regularity in services, water, the electricity system. Can you imagine that suddenly the microphone stopped for a few minutes now? We like it to work regularly. That's not easy to achieve. Agriculture wants to supply food, and industry wants reliability. And briefly, so you understand, in this professorial tone, there you have the example of a hydrological basin. We have salty water that evaporates, plants also evaporate. It goes to the clouds, and those clouds move. In fact, climate change will have as a result that the ocean temperature will rise, evaporation will be greater, there'll be more water in the atmosphere, but the atmosphere has a limited capacity to retain all that humidity, so more water will fall than falls now. And the problem, as I understand it, there is where and when that water will fall isn't in our hands, nor will it be for quite some time. So there's the uncertainty. Where will it fall and when will it fall? The forecast is that it will fall intensely and will cause floods. That water falls, it flows, infiltrates, and ends up in the salty water again. And they clearly have the strategies. We either prevent the water from evaporating, or we prevent this water from flowing into the sea. That's the only way to create additional resources. Another option is desalination. I don't know what's happening, but I keep clicking it and it stays at the same place. Could someone move to the next slide for me? A good way to illustrate the situation, that typical regularity that we have, which will be intensified. In fact, I also insist that that climate change that we're talking about, it's not that it's going to happen, it's already happening. So we have to change the starting point of the race. We have to move back. We can't say next year climate change will start. No, climate change started at least 50 years ago when that CO2 that we were shown this morning, measured on an island in Hawaii, started to rise. When I was a student, we did calculation in chemistry with 320 parts per million CO2 in the atmosphere. Now it's at 420. So what does this mean? This is the water and reservoirs in Spain by 2021. It's below the average of the previous 10 years. In 2022 and 3, we're practically in the same place. But in the case of Catalonia, the case of Catalonia, look at the parallelism between the year 2021 in green, 22 in black, and 23. And if we continue like this, we're already touching the bottom of the Sau reservoir. We're taking away the fish to put them in another reservoir that has a bit more water. So this means that that drought, those dry periods typical of the Mediterranean, are becoming more intense over the last 3 years. What strategies do we have to make progress in that management, that balance I was talking about? There are basically 6 strategies. Hopefully we'll discover more in the future. There are 4 that are traditional. They don't create more resources, new resources. They enable a better management of existing resources, but there are no additional resources unless we're on the coast. We'll see that later. First, preserving and improving sources of water. The best way to improve the quality of water is to avoid polluting it. As our colleague said, if we don't put plastic in the water, you won't have to go and get rid of it later. So avoiding discharging things, drugs, chemical products, anything down the toilet would be something we won't have to remove with the purifying plant. Second, saving and efficient use of water. If we can do the same with less water, it's logical that's what we should do. I remember in 2009, with the first drought in Catalonia, there are images on television of the mother bathing 3 children at the same time. Instead of bathing one, empty the water, and then the other, no, 3 at the same time, and the children had a great time. The 3 of them are in the bath, and they're playing and having a great time. Regular. Allow me to use this lecturing tone. In the world of engineering, to regulate has the connotation of fighting against the irregular. Not in English. In English, regulation It's kind of means regulation, but in Spanish, the word has two meanings. Regulate by imposing regulations, or regulate like in the sense of adjusting. You can have reservoirs, aquifers, everywhere we can. After bathing the children, they put the water in buckets, and the next day, that water could be used to flush the toilet. In Japan, they're even much more simple. When you go and use a wash basin, it's on top of the cistern. So first you use the wash basin, and then that water goes into the cistern. So they wash their hands, the cistern is filled, so they've saved water by doing that. And lastly, sharing water in administrative figures such as consortiums, groups of municipalities. So having like a big current account for groups, so in that way, while one has needs for financing, the other can provide it. And I forgot to mention somewhere here that you can add transfers. Euphemistically, in California, they say importing water from the north to take it to the south, but in reality, it's a transfer. So the person transferring it loses the resource, and the person receiving it gains it. That can happen while one has water, but in California, they've had 5 years without having that. They have the highway to take the water, but there's no water to take there. Now, next. The first four there. Two we could call more innovative, more recent, do provide additional net resources if they're done on the coast. Inland, it's difficult, almost impossible. But you can on the coast, and one of them is regenerating water. That fresh water coming down the river goes into the sea, can be returned inland and treated for a number of uses, or you can desalinate seawater and use it in the network. And I'll talk a bit more about this later, if I can move on to 11. You've probably often wondered, aren't we already reusing water? And I can confirm, yes, we're all reusing water. One type of reuse is incidental, unplanned, immemorial, I would say. Californians now, to give it a more modern name, they call it de facto. It's a Latin term, which means that. So what does this consist of? At the upper parts of the basin, they capture the river water, they use it, they treat it, it goes back into the river, it's mixed there. Downstream, someone collects it again. I live in Barcelona, 700 kilometers from where the River Llobregat starts, and I'm drinking water that they've already been drinking in Manresa, Igualada, all the municipalities that are upstream. That happens in all the rivers of the world, the Danube, the Rin, wherever you think. That reuse is legitimized by history, traditions, even by regulations. There's nothing against doing that. Barcelona has been doing this. Paris does it. And many Central European countries do this. What I want to talk about here, well, here's an illustration to understand this. This is a typical ideal case of a municipality close to the mountains, which have snow, which is a fantastic resource, and a reservoir. They capture the water, they treat it to make it drinkable, they distribute it, citizens use it, they contaminate it, it goes through a treatment plant to decontaminate it. I don't think they make it the same quality as they did in the previous step. They haven't achieved that because they don't want to pay for it. It can be done, but we don't. It's discharged into the river, it's mixed, and then the water flows. and it goes to the next municipality, which repeats the operation, and to the next municipality, and then until it reaches the sea. When it reaches the sea, in the case of Barcelona, when there's drought, I could be drinking 20% of effluent that's already been used upstream. 1 out of 5 is a good proportion. The reuse I want to tell you about is planned reuse, and I can see that I'm running out of time. Or simply, reuse has a long tradition. Maybe the highlight of this story is Windhoek, which is the capital of Namibia, where in 1968, Namibia is a country 4 times larger than Spain and has 2 million inhabitants because it's a desert with dunes 200 meters high. And the capital is in the middle, 750 kilometers from the nearest supply point. So they had to turn around the cycle and become partly self-sufficient. But we have a number of projects in semi-arid and Mediterranean areas, but it's not, it doesn't have a legal basis everywhere, and it's even stigmatized and forbidden in some countries for technical reasons, for religious reasons. To legitimize it, we need regulatory support because water is one of the most controlled public assets, more even than energy. In energy, they're private operators, etc. Not with water. Water is a public asset of common use, which in our latitudes doesn't have a price. What it costs is the service of taking the water to homes and taking it away again. That means that to change this situation, we're going to need communication campaigns, huge campaigns. We're already doing this. We're not starting from zero. And later, if we have time during the panel discussion, I can share some analogies that neuroscientists say that are very useful for humans to learn things. And they're related, for example, to acceptance of the COVID vaccine, or as you've already heard, that soon we're going to get our protein from insects. Can you imagine going to a restaurant and they say, okay, outside the menu, we have these insects we have from Africa. How do you like them? Rare, well cooked? How do you like them? Can you imagine that? But you'd need quite a lot of communication to achieve that acceptance. The next, if it wants to move, why do countries, counties, cities embark on this reuse of water? Well, here you have the 2 main reasons. First, to have more water. Recovering or interrupting that return of fresh water either to the atmosphere or to the sea. And we're talking about small quantities compared to what reaches the sea from other sources. Well, you can question the fact that we don't let the river carry the water. That means traditional uses. And drought is the essential motivator of that option. The other option is, Florida said this in 1980, starting from now, we're starting a process that has lasted 40 years. We're not going to discharge wastewater on our coast for tourist reasons. Not treated, or without treating, no way, zero. Otherwise, you'd find it hard to find someone who would like to bathe in that water. Industry courses. If one falls out of your bed in Florida, you either fall in a hole or on a green. You fall in the hole, you can get eaten by the crocodiles, or if you fall in the green, you get hit by a golf club. Well, these are independent options. We'll talk about this if we have time. What benefits and requirements does it have? I don't call them inconveniences, they're just requirements. Main benefits, they have additional resources on the coast. You have the coast here. It's a local source. You don't have to ask anyone for it. You become self-sufficient, and above all, it ensures reliability, regularity. What we're interested in is in having something regular. But that means we have to establish rules. They're not mysterious. To start with, say, the Royal Decree 2023 establishes what drinking water should be like.
cuesta un poquito.
Can it be done?
Más cara, ¿sabéis cuál es? La que no se puede comprar. Cuando no hay agua, ni aunque
When
tengas
there's no
ahí
water, even if
Visa
you
Card Premium,
have your Visa card premium, there's nothing you can do.
podemos hacer un proceso de
We
regeneración
can
que da un producto
do a
de calidad.
regeneration process, create a quality product.
Usos del agua. Permítanme
Uses of water allow
dos
me
grandes usos.
two
Los denominados no potables,
big uses, the
cuando un agua
non-potable
regenerada
uses
no
when
va a
the
ser consumida
regenerated
por
water
el
won't be
ciudadano,
consumed by
y los
people,
potables cuando de una manera o de
and
otra
potable
el agua va a llegar. Y ahí
when
en la
in one way or
agricultura
another
tiene toda una serie de usos, desde el
consumed.
más rural,
They
que
have
puede ser el riego de bosques,
rural
de
uses, could
jardines,
be irrigation of
hasta
forests,
el interior de las
gardens,
viviendas.
to the toilets in homes. And in the second
La
group,
podemos beber de varias maneras.
we can drink it in
Bien
several
porque se
ways,
pone en un
either
acuífero
because it's
o
in an
en un río.
aquifer
En Barcelona
or a
mismo,
river.
el agua
In Barcelona
regenerada
right now, the regenerated water
del Prat de Llobregat se impulsa
was from
o
Pras
hace
de
separación
Llobregat. It's
poco antes de
pumped
llegar a Barcelona
upstream,
y no la estamos bebiendo.
and we're drinking it as potable
Puede
water.
poner en un embalse
It can be put in a reservoir,
igualmente,
and it can be
o se puede hacer
mixed,
como en Windhoek,
or
se puede
we can
poner
do like in
directamente en la red,
Windhoek.
solo lo hace
It can be
Windhoek, y
put
los
in the network. Only Windhoek
astronautas
does
en la
that.
Estación Espacial
And
Internacional
astronauts on the ISS,
el
where
de hoy es el
they
café de
say,
mañana. ¿Me dan cuenta? Así de claro.
today's pee is tomorrow's coffee.
Simplemente,
As simple as that.
bueno, el ejemplo de lo que les estoy
Well,
proponiendo,
the example of what I'm proposing, which is a reality, it's not this is already operating in Costa Brava, in Calviá. I think the mayor was here a few minutes ago. There he is. In Calviá, you're already doing this. My congratulations. The effluent from the treatment plant normally goes to the river, as you see here, and it's part of that incidental reuse we make, but we can take parts of it, or even all of it if we want, goes through a process. It's a treatment that gives you, it's not for drinking use, but it can be used for gardens and so on. But that basic regeneration can be followed by advanced regeneration. What does that consist of? It's desalination, just like what you do with the seawater, with the difference that I'm going to point out now. And then you create potable water. They're doing this in California. And if you go to the Disney theme park in Anaheim, in Southern California, you'll drink 30% of water, regenerated water of the Californians, or your own, if you're there a few days. Two basic ideas. One is to regenerate, the other is to reuse. When I talk to farmers in Murcia and Almeria, I say, to give you an idea, to regenerate water is like making tomato sauce. It has its costs and implications, but it's the tomato from here. If you want to put this tomato in the central market in Copenhagen, you have to do other things. You have to take the tomato from Almeria, 2 days journey in a lorry or whatever, and take it to Copenhagen. That means it needs to have distribution, lorries, logistics center, and it has to meet the demands of the customers. I want it wrapped in paper. You need all kinds of labels. They all have to be the same. Customers are very demanding with their cucumbers and peppers from Almeria. A number of names. You see the names we use. We use regenerated water, as long as the law doesn't change. That's what the EU says too. Australians, they wanted a marketing name, which is New Water. In San Diego, they've gone for purified water. Each one calls it what they deem most convenient. An important detail here, I drew the coastline. Here you have this treated effluent. It goes to might have about 400 milligrams of salt per liter. Normally it's below that. With 1.1 kilowatt hour, Californians are capable of making purified water, what they're doing in San Diego. The same in Singapore. You can also take seawater, which has 32 grams of salts per liter, and turn it into that desalinated water. But for that, you need 3.5 to 4 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. And you have to throw that, discharge those salts somewhere. That's why this desalination inland is difficult, because where do you leave the salt when you're inland? Just a few brush strokes. The climate, the common point of all this is the Mediterranean climate, and I'm going to focus on what remains of my time. Geographers point out that in the world there are four large areas that have a Mediterranean climate. Of course, we're one of them. We're what gives this climate its name, but there's one that's very, very similar to us in the Northern Hemisphere, and that's the state of California. Maybe a bit more septentrional than us. Southern California, where 20 million people live in 50,000 square kilometers, it has the altitude of the Canary Islands and the climate of Murcia and Almería. It's a singular, a unique state. For years, they've been transferring water from north to south and from the river Colorado. For years, that's worked. But for 5 years, that hasn't been possible. It's a unique state. If you don't know this, it has more or less the same national regulation as us, the same number of hectares of irrigation land. And they have one thing, but they have one thing that's completely different. In 1850, they discovered gold in 1848, and a law they created is that he who owns the land owns everything beneath it, including the water. So their water is private in 85% of cases. That's very different. That means that water has a cost. Water is bought and sold. In fact, they call them water banks. Look at the illustration of how climate change affected that regularity. A drought from 2001 to 2005, a stronger one from 2007 to 10, a very strong one from 12 to 670. I don't think it's there. There was an interview with a farmer in front of 500 hectares of almond trees. They produce 80% of the world's almonds. 500 hectares of almond trees as tall as this that have been ripped up because there was no water. Can you imagine that? Well, they've moved on to the next one. Good. As a result of these situations, they've made huge progress, which has to do with what we've seen here, and it's that institutional collaboration. They're pragmatic. They are the discoverers of that concept of win-win. They are who do that win-win, not us. We're win-lost, win-lose. Someone wins, someone loses. They're so pragmatic that they've transferred the responsibility for public health of water, not health, to water resources. So when the Director General or the corresponding governor brings those responsible for health and resources, they have regulations on replenishment of aquifers and reservoirs, and now they're preparing regulations for how to put the water into the network. A few, I'll summarize this. As an example, here's a basic regeneration plant like what you have here in Calviá, and I encourage you to distribute these photos. We're going to publish this on the Artesa website. That's regenerated water to water a garden in those tourist areas. If you go to the Costa Brava,
siendo
all
lavados y limpiados con
those
ese agua.
places
Porque en
are
ellos-
cleaned and irrigated with that water because that's
pero
all
es que
there
hace unos
is.
días se
But a
celebró
few days ago
en Salou,
in
Tarragona,
Salou, Tarragona,
complejo petroquímico que también
this is a
está llegado por
petrochemical
agua y
plant
controlado por la
which
regeneración.
also needs water and it's
Es una
chosen
cosa
regeneration. But in this case, very advanced regeneration,
fuentes agua
that water
cristalina. Fíjese,
is
ayer
better
el
than
presidente
distilled
de la
water.
Generalitat de Cataluña,
There's the president of the Catalan government a few days ago and the chairman of one of the companies in that petrochemical complex,
diciendo, ¿ves qué transparente es
and
esto?
where they're saying, see how transparent this water is?
Que son dos y ya está.
I'll move on to the conclusions.
Bueno, fíjense, ahí tenía a una de las locutoras más famosas de la
That
televisión
I had
americana,
one of the
bebiéndose un
most
agua y
famous
diciendo,
people
"No
on
me puedo imaginar,
American television
no me
drinking
puedo
water and saying, I
imaginar
can't
que estoy
believe
bebiendo un agua
how
que hace
brave I
45
am.
minutos
I'm
antes".
drinking water that 45
En fin,
minutes ago was wastewater. But anyway,
unos mensajes a estilo también americano
here are a few
para que se
in
lleven
American
cuando
style.
piensen
Here are some take-home
ese
messages.
cambio climático para nosotros.
That climate change for us means intensifying irregularity. We have, paraphrasing Einstein, we have to, we need to do things in a different way. Those options are costly, complex, but they're unavoidable, and we're doing that. That planned reuse of water dates back to 1968. What's most common is non-potable reuse, but potable water is now in trend because it's a need. And now we've never had at our disposal so much knowledge. We've never had so much technology. We probably have more in the future, and we've never had so many economic, social models to be able to carry out this reuse. What we're lacking, as I say, is that protective regulation and that institutional support to do all this. You have the option, and now I'll move on to the next. The Balearic Islands have the option of becoming a lighthouse of reuse in the Mediterranean. That's why I had a lighthouse on the first slide. An example of this is the association's website. I'd just like to thank you for your attention. There's the lighthouse, Camí de Cabais, which at the time indicated that the Balearic Islands can be self-sustainable in this issue. I hope it's been a useful presentation.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Miquel Coll. He is an engineer and produces ecological oil. He is the president of APAEMA, the Organic Farming Producers Association in Mallorca, a not-for-profit organization created in 2006 to support organic farming and agriculture and to promote it. So they take care of the quality of products, organize production, and do a lot of work in terms of supporting the environment and life in rural areas. In the past few years, their association has increased and has many members now, so it more than represents the sector. Hello.
Gràcies a tots. Bé, ho farem en castellà per el tema del streaming. Bueno, muchas gracias a última hora por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank the authorities and all the organizers for inviting me. And well, I wanted to make a presentation that serves as a sort of reflection upon the agri-food model that we currently live under, how it is structured, how it is in terms of energy use, what are its emissions and where it comes from, sources, so on, what we can do to change the current model, and how we should also slightly change what we do to make this possible. So let me start with explaining where we come from. The agriculture we know today current agricultural practices, the industrial agricultural production model is a model that was developed from the 60s, more or less. There was an availability of cheap energy at the time, which allowed the intensification of our crops, and it also allowed us to increase production exponentially. What happens with this kind of agriculture is that it leads to many associated environmental problems, such as soil pollution, water pollution, a huge energy use level, because obviously we cannot forget that technology, and we will see now in detail all of this, we cannot forget that what we're eating is oil, petroleum, and that's a sentence we have to clearly understand. That's what we are eating. Then this is hugely intensive in terms of using water as well, and energy, as I've mentioned, and as I will explain in detail. To show you more or less the evolution of energy use and consumption since the past century and until today, to see how primary sources of energy use and consumption has evolved linked to our food system. We can show you this graph. This is in terms of, I'm talking about production at farm gate, but not even left our farm, okay? We have sown or collected whatever we had to collect, but we've not even left the farm yet with these figures. So what do we see? A very significant increase. Let's look at the 1980s, for example, as a starting point, because if we go backwards, we had a totally different model. So let's go to 1980 and see what's happened from then on. High consumption of fertilizers, of tractors, that's diesel in the end. We see that the use of water also increases exponentially. We can see water use levels we had before and what we have now. Fertilizers as well, huge increase, as you can see, from the 1980s until today. There's a significant increase. And we also see that all of this has, energy consumption particularly has multiplied by 8. What is the distribution of all of these energy uses and all of this consumption? Well, 25% of the energy is used in the farm itself, at production level. From then on, the remaining 75% has to do with linked operations associated to food production. The professor was telling us before that it's really difficult to bring, for example, water to a big city. The same happens with food. We have to think also in terms of how we are spread throughout the territory, population distribution, and think about whether our model is the best one. Because as you can see, transport systems, that means a huge consumption as much as food production. We also then have all of the other industrial processes, packaging and so on, then consumption we can have at home, gas use, for example, for cooking, or electricity as well for cooking or for storing the food we're going to eat also. To more or less show you how this is shared and how CO2 equivalent levels are distributed when we talk about vegetable production levels, we see these details. You see that a huge amount goes to fertilizers, to irrigation, and to mechanical traction. This is again oil. This is again fossil fuels. We then also have an overuse of fertilizers that could account for 15% of the nitrous oxide that we have in our soils, and many more data. Farming, livestock production, we will later on see this in more detail, but what this graph is showing us, we'll see how this has changed our diet, basically, and how this has an impact on emissions and on the energy use we make. So what we see here is that from 1960 to 2010, more or less, 54% of the emissions related to energy use have to do with the use of, with animal feed. Feed to feed our animals and then produce meat. You see a certain amount of emissions that have to do with manure, basically, and then you see the rest as well. It's really graphic, this image, I think. We can see how much we spent in this in the 1960s. We did not import much animal feed from abroad. It was basically, all of it was local. And you can also see meat consumption levels at the time. So you see the data for the 60s, and you see what we have now. We have more than 50% of animal feed consumption has to do with imported feed. And this importation is very much linked to deforestation schemes in other countries. And it's also linked to the outsourcing of agricultural land that we're using for food production. We'll also look at this in more detail later on. This other image is showing us some other interesting issues in terms of different emissions produced by when we produce vegetable food, and energy consumption that's associated to some of the food production, particularly obtained from animals. So animal production, livestock production. And this brings me back to what I said before. We've changed our diet. We've moved to a more sort of Anglo-Saxon, Northern European model. And we have slowly, gradually abandoned our traditional model that we had before. What I said before about outsourcing our surface, our land surface. We have 12 million hectares in production, more or less, today, devoted to crops. But we have 6 million of those hectares or we have 6 million hectares which are outsourced, which are externalized to other countries. If you look at that sort of creamy bar to the lower part of the slide, that is animal feed. So basically what this shows to us is that we are importing huge amounts of animal feed from other countries. This balance, looking at other land occupied in other countries, is 6 million hectares, is half of the lands used for crops in Spain. And that's quite a lot. Then obviously this all involves, when we import food as well, that involves bigger amounts of energy use and consumption. And then also this outsourcing phenomenon, this outsourcing of emissions is like, okay, I'm blind to what's happening. You deforest the Amazonia or any forest whatsoever to feed your animals, or in Borneo, for example, you get rid of some forests to produce palm oil, whatever, and I just don't see it and don't think about it. How has this production system influenced on what we do and on our soils and in our land? Well, basically, it's like when we save money in a bank, we have that amount of organic matter. We used to have a certain amount stored in our land, and it is as if we had eaten it up. We've eaten that reservoir up. And what's happened with that? Well, we had to optimize our usage of fertilizers, and to produce them, we need energy, because basically they are obtained from non-renewable sources of energy. They come from oil products. And we also need more water. They have a lower organic matter capacity. They are not so resilient to climate change. So they make crop management more difficult, and they make us more and more dependent on inputs we cannot control. Inputs for which we don't have a key to actually monitor what we do and monitor how we manage our production.
Sí, no te preocupes. Estoy al tanto. Vale. Bueno, aquí vemos un poco.
What we see in this slide is more or less its per capita data. Tons of emissions and evolution from 1960 to 2010. And we see that animal feed represents 45% of our emissions, or are linked to 45% of our emissions. The amount of emissions from the 60s until today has more than doubled. And well, basically, we've seen that part referring to animal products and its consumption that has really experienced an increase. We also see an increase in some other levels, particularly those related to transport and so on. That's because we move our food from one place to the other more frequently. We want to have the food we want everywhere all throughout the year, and that involves huge energy costs. Something else we should mention, waste. This is also important. Those emissions, as we saw before, nearly 30% has to do with waste. Waste food or food waste, food that is thrown away, and also how we manage that waste. Because that food waste is a waste that, well, we've had to spend on producing that food, but also in processing that food. We can have some byproducts and reutilize these somehow, but its impact is going to be not very significant in terms of emissions or emission reduction for food production. And something else that's really relevant, the current emissions, those 2.5, that 2.5 level that we see here, that's the target that has been set for temperature not to increase above that 1.5 degree that we're talking about. Those are the emissions we should have by 2030. By 2040, those emissions should be reduced to 1.4 tons of CO2 equivalent per capita, and by 2050, they should be reduced to 0.7. This clearly means that we have to significantly change the model we now have to produce our food. Not only our way of producing food, but also how and what we eat. So, some conclusions about what I've been talking about. We have a productive system that depends on abroad very much and on external issues, energy coming from abroad, fertilizers, animal feed, and so on. We're also experiencing a gradual loss of soil fertility and their adaptability, resilience to carbon emissions, and some of the things that we've mentioned in the previous slides. So how can we revert the situation? How can we turn this around? What do we suggest from the field of agroecology? Well, what we suggest is that we look at this from different strategies or perspectives. From a productive strategy viewpoint, we have to change the way we're producing our food. If we think of it from a food strategy perspective, we need to change our diet. What we eat, it's not enough with changing our production system, and I will show this to you in a minute. It's not enough with changing the way we produce our foods. We should go back to our Mediterranean diet, and we obviously also have to reduce everything that has to do with food waste and residues around that. So, productive strategies, the role played by agroecology. We have to turn our organic production more agroecologic. So, we have to produce in a different manner. We have to expand agroecological practices such as, plant roofs, traditional varieties, including also farming as part of our agricultural system. It's like we have put two parts that should be together apart. We had one side that allowed us to somehow recycle some waste that was not a real waste that we could use to fertilize our soils, for example. But when we started to make our production more industrial and put farming and agriculture apart as if they were two different things, we've started to create lots of problems, and we've led to a sort of loss of stability in our system. We have to also do something about fallow land. Many of the lands that we leave as such should be reused to, for example, plant more leguminous plants. We have to go back to eating pulse. We also have to use renewable energies for self-consumption in many agricultural production systems. This can be used for pumping, for example, for traction, and so on. It's not been solved yet, but we see that this is a huge cost and that something must be done. And then extensive farming, we should increase that, particularly that associated to lamb production. This was something that was very traditional here in the islands and in Mallorca. And that's the farming that we used to have par excellence. That's better, well, that better suits the Mediterranean climate and weather. So that's the one also fixing more carbon, and that would give us better results. Then, as for our food strategy, we need to reduce animal protein consumption levels and adjust our consumption to our livestock herds and to the livestock we can maintain with our local resources. Today, we live in a sort of credit basis. It's like we're eating meat, but that's living money somewhere else, because it's not meat we can produce with our own resources. So reducing water consumption, reducing also sugar consumption, and reducing vegetables and vegetable protein consumption. This is a simulation of the effect this would have. This would be non-renewable energy used for food consumption in the Spanish population. Some of the scenarios we have studied, we see the basic one, for example, the starting point today, and then we have changes in production. We would have a farm-to-fork scenario. That's the one presented by the EU, for example, which involves 25% of useful agricultural land devoted to organic farming and reducing use of pesticides and so on, and 20% of fertilizer reduction. Then there's another change if everything is moved to organic farming, and another change if we move to what we call an agroecologic production. With a change in production, what we see is that energy consumption is reduced. We see from farm to fork, ecologic, agroecologic, we see what happens, and we see the difference. If compared all of this together with the basic scenario, we don't see a significant change in terms of reducing the use of non-renewable sources of energy. But if we go to the agroecologic scenario, we do see a significant change. And where we do see one that's really significant is when we do something about our diet. When we play with our diet and we reduce our consumption of meat and of that production that's associated to animal-based products, it is from then on that we really see an important reduction when it comes to using non-renewable sources of energy. These are emissions linked to this process. And we see for each of the scenarios what would happen. We see if we changed our diet and add an agroecological component, we have an important impact here because of the use of new agricultural techniques and because of using, for example, plant roofs, not leaving any land as fallow land, using all of the land available, and moving to this kind of new farm management techniques. And well, as a conclusion, because I know that I'm late already, running tight on time, so basically, what are we saying? We're saying that a focus, an approach that's only based on changing our production is not enough, or it's not the way forward to significantly reduce our energy consumption or emissions. So we have to do something about going back to our Mediterranean diet. In 2013, a study was published which explained that simply by going back to our Mediterranean diet, we could see a more than 80% reduction of emissions and 53% of reduction in terms of energy use. And that's quite a lot. We have to eat the way our grandparents used to eat. And this is something that doesn't mean such a huge change. And even more, bearing in mind that we are in an island where we import a huge part of the food we eat. So this should make us think and consider what to do next. Now that we talk about energy, about the energy sustainability of our land and so on, I think we also have to think about the farming, productive sustainability of our territory. how much or how many people can we maintain if a vessel with food cannot arrive at the islands tomorrow, or if they cannot come here so frequently? What are the strategies we have in place for eating tomorrow? These are questions we should start to pose to ourselves, because we'll always think that we're going to have maritime transportation systems, that vessels will always arrive, but we're running out of diesel. Fuels are becoming more and more expensive. We know that they're going to be used for exclusively for some issues and for some aspects where it is really necessary, but we have to think about how to make our production more sustainable and how to make the functioning of our life more sort of efficient. And well, that was basically from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
The next speaker is Alfonso Rodriguez. He is philology in Spanish philology. Since 2015, the mayor of Calviá municipality has made a big commitment to water regeneration. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank this late invitation to participate in today's session. As I have a microphone here and not here, I'll move away from the step, which I see has caused certain discomfort, and I tend to move around. So I'll be more at ease. A first thought, which may seem obvious, because it's obvious, but we should see behind that everyday gesture of opening our tap and having water come out. We should see behind all the infrastructure capable of bringing us that water, and in particular, all the collective responsibility we should have, knowing that today water is a scarce asset. It's not a medium-term risk, which of course it is. It's a risk today. So we should all insist that we should move towards a reduction of consumption, in particular, that superfluous consumption that we can avoid. With that, we'd achieve a lot. Of course, a reduction of leaks in our supply networks. In Calviá, it seems we're well positioned. We're above 80% in the efficiency of our water supply networks, and it seems we're in a very good position. But we still lose about 15% of our water. Do we all think that if those water losses were visible to citizens, they would still be there? Probably not, because they're underground. They're not visible. And sometimes we don't see the importance of certain investments, public investments, to cover things that can't be seen, but when they fail, it's a drama. So therefore, the need to make those investments is essential, but we have to go far beyond that as well. We understand our policies for the optimization of water to move towards reducing our dependence on external resources. In Calviá, 80% of our water comes from external sources, so we have to reduce that dependence on external consumption, and then we have to move towards a policy that moves towards zero waste, because we have to look after our coast. It's our big treasure, and the quality of water we have on our coast is also our treasure. And not only do we have to protect it, of course, the Posidonia we have, which is like a huge underwater meadow that absorbs CO2 and gives our water its transparency. It has to be taken care of like a treasure. Every time an anchor rips up Posidonia, we're damaging the future, maybe in an irreversible way, but we also have to protect those Posidonia meadows from some discharges, but even if it's water that's very treated, but it can also be damaging. So therefore, zero waste and reducing dependency on external resources. And in addition to an investment plan in Calviá that's very ambitious to improve treatment plants, in recent years, we've improved several treatment plants. We're building a new one in Calviá, and a big investment in Santa Pons. What we've done is convert a treatment plant into a water regeneration plant, and that's a big investment that goes along the lines of circularity, giving a new use to water. If it's a scarce asset, if we can use the same water twice, why not do that? It doesn't make sense to not work to do this, and that's very important. So what we did in this legislature, first a municipal ordinance to organize the uses of regenerated water, because in municipality, it's fiscal policy. This is what the water you've used, and this is how much you have to pay. But what about the use of regenerated water, or water that can be recovered from the rain? How do we consume that? How do we organize and preserve it? Well, we have the initial approval for this municipal ordinance on the reuse of regenerated water, but then the investment in a large treatment plant in Calviá. The regenerated water treatment plant meant a big investment, close to 6 million euros. And it is true, comes from funds from the provincial government, but it has to be invested correctly. And you often have to supplement that at a municipal level. But we can say that from 12% of water, regenerated water that we used to get from our treatment plants, we've gone to more than 85% of the water coming in, turning it into regenerated water. So this 85% can be used again. And that use can have two paths. We calculate about 30,000 cubic meters per day. Of those, 20,000 can be used for very extensive use. But the golf courses, agricultural irrigation, also important, and some ornamental irrigation for public gardens, and then 10,000 cubic meters per day of urban non-potable use. For the moment, it's not non-potable, but all the consumption of non-drinking water is enormous in any municipality, and more in a municipality like ours, 52,000 inhabitants. But through our municipality, 1.5 million tourists come to our city. Our consumption is multiplied in the summer, so we have to be very firmly committed to this. So with this, we believe we're achieving that twofold objective. On the one hand, if there's much more careful discharge into the seawater, and we want to achieve zero discharges, and if we're moving towards this circularity of giving it a new use to water, to use it, to reuse it, so that circularity is a reality. And if we also set up a project where that water regeneration plant can generate biogas, where the methane from that whole process can generate electrical energy to operate our regeneration plant, at that moment we would be applying circularity almost completely. That's the philosophy that I think that administrations have to head towards, because I think that's very important. But once we have that over 80% of regenerated water, you have to channel it to the consumers. They have to have it available. Of course, golf courses and large agricultural consumers, marinas, industry, and all the hotels. Some already do this, and hotels in Calviá have a very significant consumption. But in addition to the environmental awareness and the need to travel this path, our industry, or even It's a tourist industry, but also economically. Today, with the consumption figures of a large hotel in Calviá, which has calculated the use of regenerated water it would need, we could have the following equation. For each euro that it would cost for a cubic water regenerated water today, they're paying 3 for the use of that potable water. So even financial efficiency, we should move towards a reform of hotels and have a double channeling to use regenerated water for certain uses and then potable water for drinking. So we have to insist time and again on the need to use an asset that is scarce, where we've already suffered restrictions. We're not foreign to this. We know what it's like to have to close showers, fountains, reduce the water pressure, and not so long ago. And if we clearly know that our consumption will continue to rise and that the situation is increasingly complicated, the equation is clear. Either we reuse it or we'll have to end up restricting the use of water without any solution. So the idea is clear. I think we have to all be committed. Of course, the administration has to take clear steps in that decision to invest, but above all, we have to take steps in raising awareness among the public that the water isn't an asset where you open the tap, it comes out, and that's it. It's a scarce asset, and we have to take care of it. We have to protect it. We have to use it for what's necessary, not use it for what isn't essential, and give it a second life, because that way we will guarantee that even in the worst years, we can have the water we need. Our tourism industry, the persistence to service our residents, and above all, the conservation of our environment in our territory, which is fragile already, and therefore requires much more intense care. Those are the lines of work in Calviá, and I hope that in these 10 minutes, I've been able to communicate what we're trying to do. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the last speaker is Fernando Ojeda. He's a founder and president of Reforest Projects, an entity founded in 2019 with the aim of leaving a better world for the next generations. And they carry out reforestation with volunteers, sponsored by companies and municipal councils who provide land. It's an example of the potential of private initiative in the environment. Thank you, Anna. I'm going to be brief because I think we're a bit behind schedule. I'll be brief but intense with my message. I'm going to tell you a story that's a film based on real events. It's my own story, where I can share in the space where I've learned so much with all the speakers we've listened to. And my intention is to contribute something. I'm going to read a letter to. It's very personal. I'd never done this in public, but I feel like reading it. Dear Olivia, dear Alegra. They're my daughters, by the way. Today, we've taken a crucial step in our story. Together, we have created Reforest Projects, an NGO dedicated to fighting against climate change, created intimately in a family way, just us three. I came to defend our right to exist, and our claim is to face the dramatic situation through the power of our individual responsibility. Don't ever think of listening to adults who say you're not able to do something. You're capable of anything. Today, we've taken a crucial step. 1st of February 2019. That day, we planted a tree. Since then, we've planted almost 200,000 trees, all with a step, with a belief of individual responsibility, of the power we have to change things, without, of course, listening to all those people who say you can't, it's useless. I say this to my daughters, and I'll tell them in the future when they read this beginning, which is my field. These are my field notes. they now know how to write,
cómo
but
hemos ido evolucionando juntas en esto.
it shows
No
how we've
solamente en la
evolved together in
ilusión
this, not only
dejar un
in the
mundo mejor,
excitement
sino
of
en
leaving,
reforzar
the hope of leaving a
muchísimo
better
más
world,
la
but in
capacidad que tenemos como
reinforcing
seres humanos
our
de
ability
creer en
as
nosotros
human
y
beings
nosotras
to believe in
mismos, de
ourselves,
saber que somos infinitos
knowing
y capaces
that
de
we're
hacerlo,
infinite and
para
capable of
demostrárnoslo
doing
a
it,
nosotros mismos
to
y para
prove to
también para salir de este
ourselves
planeta con la cabeza bien alta.
and also
Ese es el
to
poder de la
walk through this
responsabilidad
planet with
individual
our
en la
head
que
held
creemos, en
high.
la que mi familia cree,
This
en la que yo mismo
individual responsibility that me and my
avanzo
family
con
believe
ellas
in,
al mismo nivel, igual de pequeño,
and I'm
igual de bajito de
moving ahead
altura,
with them
igual
just
de
as high as
minúsculo en
them, the same
comparación con la
height,
problemática
as
que hay, pero
small
con esa
in
fuerza
comparison
que
to the
hablaba
problem there is,
con
but with that
Paula sobre
strength
la fuerza
I
del
mentioned
colibrí.
before with
Me
Paula,
contó un cuento muy
with the
bonito,
strength of the
Paula,
hummingbird.
cuando estábamos hablando en el
Paula
café,
told me a very nice
sobre
story
ese
during the
cuento,
coffee
no sé si
break
conocéis,
about that story. I don't know if you know, where the forest is burning, the animals run away because there's fire, and suddenly the lion, who is also running, escaping from the fire, he meets a hummingbird going in the opposite direction. He says, "Where are you going?" "Oh, I've got a drop of dew in my beak. I'm going to solve this." That's the capacity and the strength of the hummingbird, and that's all of our capacity to do things. When individual responsibility becomes corporate responsibility, it's a tool and a lever that's much stronger, but it's very important, or at least that's what we do in Reforest in all its development, to continue to think like that hummingbird, to think with a soul, with the humanization of everything, even social corporate responsibility. Very nice, it's very powerful, and it has a lot of richness, has a lot of human resources, as we mentioned, they're big levers, but the problem is that human resources also tend, due to the mechanization and the obsession of accumulating wealth and power, an obsession of making it functional, of making it too structured, too dehumanized, too profitable. That's why it's important, or it's what I always try to do, is to continue humanizing human resources, to continue humanizing RSC. So we've turned this around. Whenever I talk to a colleague, when they want to do things with us, I try to explain that RSC is no longer called RSC. That doesn't exist anymore. That's boring. That's old news. Now it's RRF. Corporate spiritual responsibility. The soul always has to be powerful. Eva said earlier, and I love it when she speaks, she says speaks big truths. Life above economic interests. And life in its splendor, she was referring to quality of life, to spiritual life, to social life, family life, lots of lives. The whole splendor of the word life always has to be above economic interests. Therefore, corporate social responsibility also has to be above that. We have to do things with soul. I know there are many requirements right now in corporate environments. They can't be easy for the corporation, and I empathize with them. The requirements of competition, the demands of the markets, governmental demands, public demands, lots of demands and requirements, and the stress of all these fiscal departments, analysts saying, let's do everything right. I know there's a lot of pressure, but we really have to value ourselves more and see ourselves with that power that we all have. And in that development, helping human resources have that soul, it's one of the big objectives and achievements that I've had since the start of this story, which began with my two daughters. And in that development, the first successes that I started to achieve, of course, are those that affect me directly. What it contributes to me doing this, the dream is to start with a single step, a tree, and now, when reforesting large surfaces in the Pacific, taking care of projects all over Europe, doing experiments and getting together with really valuable people, all that is something that I'm treasuring. But above them are my daughters, who know that from the beginning, from the cradle, they're capable of doing anything they set out to do. When they ask my daughters what their father does, they say, he plants trees, and they're really proud of saying that. The spiritual growth in all this, of course, shining all the energy in the concepts. And another big success is with all that energy, all that hope, you put it into structures as organized as big corporations. And they all have a soul. It's incredible. I was talking about this with a colleague. Curiously, 90% of companies who come to say, I want to do my RSF with new reforest projects, I drive them mad, and they do it, and it changes their vision completely. I'll give you a few examples now. I don't know if I have the remote. Here it is. I always drive them mad in that sense, in the good sense of the word. For humanization, these big objectives, as I like to say, we're achieving them. It also means making everything move towards something that's very spiritual and with a lot of soul. I'm going to give you a little journey of what we do at Reforest. It's a journey with chronology. I told you about the initial chronology, how it started, and then during its evolution, we've been able to enjoy helping in the fight against climate change during its different annual periods. Right now, we're ending the planting window. Reforest is a reforesting company, as the name says, and we've been adapting to the needs and saying, I'm not going to stay still in times when you can't do things. Let's continue evolving, and let's continue giving it a soul. Whenever a sponsor says, you want to start planting trees, great, let's do it. But it's true that right now we're robotized, saying, I want to plant trees. Why? Because I want to carbon credits, I want to reduce costs. No, let's do it properly. Let's say, let's take Eva's sentence where life is above economic interest. Let's make it worth it. Let's not stay at the surface. Let's go deeper. Forests can be planted in one way or another. I was talking about Kira Miyawaki. I know it's a bit tedious, but I'm going to tell you about it. There's a very interesting person. I encourage you to read Akira Miyawaki, and he adapts an essay on reforestation, which is our Bible. It's also the way of saying, if we want to reforest, we want to fight against climate change, all the good things about reforestation, we can list them: reduction of temperature, air filtering, CO2 emissions, CO2 sequestration, regeneration of Earth. So countless actions. It can be done linearly in a mechanized way, or it can be done without soul, where she says, let's imitate nature. The only theory that works in nature is the theory of chaos. It's anarchy, it's spontaneity. Let's imitate it. Let's use that knowledge that Mother Nature has so that we who think we're so important can be that humble hummingbird. Let's imitate that mother that does things in a very studied and connected way. She knows perfectly well what she's doing, and we have to imitate that. Imitation is more costly, more complex, it requires more time, but it's worth it. Everything shines if you do it well, if you do it in a way where you, as a corporation, are committed not only to the basic rules of the game, but you do that much more. That will mean that your project will shine and you'll be proud of it. Not only for the demands or requirements we're talking about, competition, governments, public pressure, perfect. Those are your initial reasons, but make it shine. Your human resources, your workers will be happier and prouder of doing that journey with you. Your communication will also shine. If everything has a meaning, you'll be able to communicate it. Communicating it is great also. I think Neo said this at the beginning. He said that everyone wants to be a chef because the master chef's on the TV. He's talking about the installers. Well, why not? Let's communicate all these good things so people want to do it. But let's do it in a way that the message doesn't have a but, not to avoid criticism. Criticism is good, but because of our individual responsibility to do things with excellence, because along that journey, when we start with reforestation, we encourage companies to do it this way. And curiously, 90% say, okay, let's go. That's brilliant. I think due to professional deformation, I'm very positive, but I like to see the feedback is go ahead, Fernando. I know it's more expensive, but you've convinced me. Let's do it. It's also true that as we're an NGO,
Si no nos contratan, pues
We're,
no me da
if
igual.
we don't get
Eso es lo
hired,
que
I don't really care.
justamente a mí y a mis hijas
But it's
nos
another of the
ha-
things that,
nos ha hecho enseñar y aprendido muchas
for me and
cosas.
my daughters, has
Salir
taught
también
us
de
a
la
lot of
obsesión
things.
del almacenamiento
Leaving
obsesivo de riqueza y poder.
this
Yo antes me dedicaba
obsession with
a otra historia, más
wealth
de
and
la
power.
empresa,
I used to
y cuando cambio
be more
y empiezo a
dedicated to
jugar un nuevo
corporate,
juego
it used to
de
be more
que
corporate
cada
environment. But
dinero
now
no es
where
importante,
I'm in a
se
game where
adquiere una
money
dimensión
isn't what's important,
muchísimo más superior, en la que al
it's a
final
much
tienes muchas
higher,
cosas
you reach a much
y
higher
en ese
dimension where you
tope
want to
que
do
tenemos todos,
things
las
without
corporaciones, la
that
ciudadanía,
obsession we all have,
solamente
corporations,
enseñamos
citizens, because it's what we're
almacenar,
taught from a young
almacenar y
age
almacenar.
to
Entonces,
accumulate,
en esa
accumulate.
creencia también
So
es muy
in that
interesante ver
belief,
cómo
it's very
a las
interesting to
empresas también se
see
les puede
how
redirigir
companies can
para que no
also
nos
be
obsesionemos,
redirected
porque
so
la
they're not
vida,
so
la
obsessed with that,
supervivencia,
because
nuestra
life,
existencia está
survival,
muy
our
por encima
existence
de cualquier
is
tesorería
far
o de
above any
cualquier equidad
treasury,
o estudio sobre resultados de
any
la empresa.
EBITDA or
Aparte de reforestación,
accounts.
queda,
Apart from
como yo
reforestation,
digo siempre, con
as
un
I always
corazón
say,
nuevo hecho en tu
there's also
expediente, en tu
a new
memoria.
heart
Hacemos
in your
corazones de
report.
bosque, no hacemos
We make
no hacemos bosques
forest
lineales,
hearts.
hacemos
We don't
bosques
make linear
espirales,
forests, we
siguiendo un
make
número áureo,
circular
haciendo esas
forests,
espirales, haciendo esa
following the
alineación de
golden
naturaleza,
number,
mezclando
imitating
las
nature,
arbustivas con las herbáceas,
mixing the
haciendo que
dominance
realmente
with
ese
shrubs,
sea un futuro
etc.,
corazón para que un
making
bosque
that a future
autosuficiente
heart so that a
empiece a
self-sufficient
florecer.
forest
El
can
segundo paso,
flourish.
para poder hacer
The
también
next step,
toda la cronología de las actuaciones que hacemos para las
to follow the
empresas,
chronology
es
of the
decir,
activities
ya
we
que has
carry out
hecho el
with
primer paso,
companies, is to
bien,
do once,
vayamos
now
al
you've taken the
segundo.
first step, good,
¿Cuál
let's
es?
move
¿Cuáles
on to
son
the
los
second
primeros
step.
que
What
llegan
are
a hacer que ese bosque
the
empiece
first,
a tener vida propia, autonomía
what
propia?
give that
Polinizadoras.
forest its
Perfecto.
own
Oye, es
autonomy?
abril,
Pollinators,
ya sé que
great.
en abril hay
It's
fechas
April.
importantes y que es
I
un
know
momento corporativo muy bueno,
it's
pero no
very
vamos a
important,
plantar árboles.
the important
porque ya
dates
está cerrada la
for
ventana
a
de
company
floración,
because we're not
hay que
planting
hacerlo
because the window's closed. We
Pero
have
es
to do
igual
it
de
responsibly.
importante el
But
corazón
just
de
as
bosque que hemos hecho
important,
y empezar a
this
implementarlo en
forest
los
heart
primeros
we've
habitantes.
created, we have to
Los primeros que llegan
bring in the
son los
first inhabitants.
polinizadores.
The first to arrive are pollinators.
Todos los insectos empiezan
All
a
these
entender que ese
insects
espacio nuevo se
start to
empieza a
understand that a new
nutrir y generar los
space
néctares,
is
los
nourished
pólenes.
and
¿Qué
they
les atrae?
create
El
nectar,
truco
pollen.
para que
What
entiendan
attracts
bien
them?
por qué han hecho o han gastado un punto más en su corazón de bosque Miyawaki es cuando entienden que cuando llegan
What-
esos insectos a
So
hacer
when
toda
those,
la
they understand that when those
empiezan a
insects
desarrollarse,
arrive to start
llegan también
pollinating and
las
develop
aves,
this,
las grandes reforestadoras,
birds
las
arrive.
cumplidoras de los terrenos. ¿Qué es lo que pasa
They
cuando las aves
nourish
llegan a un
land.
espacio
What
que
happens when
reconocen
birds
como
arrive in a
algo
space
real,
that they
como un corazón de
recognize as
bosque,
something that's
con la teoría que
real,
vamos a
the
hablar
heart of
hoy,
a forest, with
teoría
the
del
theory
caos,
we mentioned
y
before, the
llegan
theory of
a
chaos?
esos
They
insectos
arrive
y
there
además
to
se
eat the
instalan en
insects
comunidades.
and they
Si fuese un
settle in
cultivo
communities.
lineal con
If it
espacios
was a
de
single
suficiente para que entre un
crop,
tractor,
a linear
luego se encuentran expuestos
crop
a
with lines for
depredadores. No
tractors,
habitan
they're
tanto.
exposed to
Entonces,
predators.
ese
They
es el
don't
gran punto
inhabit it
diferente.
so
¿Es lo
much.
mismo?
So that's
Muy
this
parecido.
difference. Is
¿Es
it the
una
same?
gran
Well, it's
diferencia?
similar.
Absolutamente.
Is there a big
Estás
difference?
plantando el
Yes,
mismo
there
número de
is.
árboles en un
You're
terreno
planting the same
parecido,
number of
pero
trees
cambia
on a
completamente la
similar
receta, si le
plot of
metes
land,
alma
but
a
the
la
whole thing
ecuación o no
changes
son
if you have a
amigos.
soul
Entonces,
in the
gastas
equation
un
or
poquito
not.
más en
Or if you
hacerlo
spend a
con
little bit
excelencia,
more
o si lo haces de
on
manera
doing it with
correcta,
excellence,
lo
or if you do it in a
hagamos
productive
lucrativo,
way.
hagámoslo eficaz. De
Let's
esa
not make it
manera,
lucrative, let's make it
bosque
effective.
Miyawaki
In that way, we
tenemos
have the
las
Miyawaki
abejas,
forest, we have
tenemos
the
las
bees,
aves,
we have the
aparecen los primeros,
birds,
los primeros grandes que empiezan
the
a
first
generar
ones to arrive,
¿Qué es lo
and
que
they
segundo
generate
pasa?
life. And
Cuando, mira, aquí tenemos
that's
las
what
temporadas, estamos
happens.
hablando
Here we
de
have the seasons.
reforestación, como he dicho,
Talk about
terminamos el 31 de
reforestation.
marzo.
We
Empezamos
finish
con
on the
las
31st of March, and we start with the
Las polinizadoras
pollinators.
es el gran proyecto que se llama Bee
The
Forest
pollinators is the
Project,
big project. It's Bee Forest Projects is the name.
y en ese de ahí es donde
And
movemos a
that
las
is
empresas a
where
decir, venga,
we
vayamos a
move
hacer,
companies to say,
vamos a hacernos,
let's,
porque tomamos muy en serio que cada
because
uno
we
de nuestros bosques
take it very
en
seriously
invierno
that each of our
vengan
forests
con
planted
su
in the winter,
población de polinizadoras,
they come
vengan con
with
su
the
transhumancia de colmenas, vengan con todo ese
the
primer
pollinators,
que
with
va a venir
those
para que el bosque
hives, that
empiece
initial
a coger
push so that the
fuerza y
forest
vida
can
propia.
start to take a life on a life of its own.
Voy tardísimo. Transhumancia, vamos al siguiente paso.
So
¿vale?
transhumance, the next
En mayo,
step.
junio,
In May, June,
activamos,
we
GOAT,
activate
Greatest
GOAT,
of All Times. Me ha encantado llamarlo
greatest
así,
of all
porque
time. I
realmente son
love
los más
calling
grandes
it
de
like
todos
that
los tiempos.
because they're the
La
greatest of
ganadería
all times.
regenerativa. ¿Cómo
Regenerative
entendemos
livestock.
o cómo nos
how we understand or how we're frustrated to see how forests no longer have a way to expand themselves. Why does this happen? Among many other reasons, unfortunately there are many, among them is the fact that animals and livestock no longer move freely. They're not all over their geography, moving like those super pollinators that they are. A sheep is like a lorry full of bees. It's a super pollinating machine. Their wool traps all kinds of seeds, pollen, mud. There are even seeds that are designed so they go through an animal's digestive tract, and if they don't go through that, they don't germinate, and that's not by chance. The Mother Nature we mentioned has this studied in detail. She knows that the plant world will be able to develop and expand if it's connected with the animal world. And it's all thought through. Each animal knows what taste to give to the seed. And it knows it, they have to give it to that specific animal because they'll move it around and, so it can germinate. So it will come out surrounded by fertilizer and ready to germinate. It's not by chance. It's been studied by a superior intelligence. But we think we're so smart that we call planning, again, dehumanization. We organize livestock, we tabulate, we move lorries full of livestock A to B on an asphalt world, game over. We have to unplug everything. We have to humanize ourselves. We have to think in an ancestral way about how we are, and that way we'll understand that ability we all have to lift our foot off the accelerator. One of the sentences I heard here is that accelerating the transition towards sustainability. It's all very well because acceleration has to come, but I think we should also think about de-accelerating in our transition towards sustainability. De-accelerate, slow down the pace, spend a bit more on RSC, not be so strict with the functionality of everything. I think storage of wealth and power has to start to... Life should predominate over these things. This is the goat project, the power of the goat, the animal. Let's become transhumans again. For example, all the sponsors who do transhumans with us and the GOAT project, it's all to develop a shepherd's school in the Gredos mountain range so that this art is not lost, so that that communication is for the people who don't want to be a master chef but want to be a shepherd. Now, I return to this. It's very important that these professions are not lost, and that ancestral spirit, that connection with the earth, so that we can all continue to live, that the structure we can have to be an all straighter, so the system is taken care of. And this whole system is generated by that chronology that we're supporting, and we've been fortunate to support corporations on this journey and guide them always towards what has to be done, what's in all the books, but a little extra, always a little extra. And it's surprising how they don't realize, and you surprise them when you show them. Now, we're in the summer. And there are two very important people from the deal with water. I thought your presentation was incredible. I loved it. With water, we're obsessed because of what you all know. 50% or more of the oxygen we breathe comes from water. Water is H2O, and O2 comes from the photosynthesis of all the plants living underwater. In salty water and fresh water, they're constantly producing something that's very important. All the surplus comes from them and is issued into the atmosphere. And they also absorb CO2. The Posidonia among them is a beast, absorbing and sequestering CO2. The importance of maintaining water is fundamental for our survival as people who live on Earth. It's just as important or more. When we conceptualize this, and I talked about it to sponsors, it's the summer. Do you want to do things? Okay, go ahead. Let's go. Everyone's the Posidonia. We want to do this. Perfect. That's the only project that we don't do directly, but we point them to foundations who are well versed in this topic. We just act as a catalyst, and we spectators because we love it. what we do in the water, which is what I want to tell you about, as another example of how RSE, with all the best intentions, is done mistakenly for not, because they don't humanize things, is the collection of plastic. This summer, we started, the expedition is called Salva Mares, sea saving, and it consists of removing as much plastic as possible as a challenge. All the companies who wanted to participate, let's have big structures so that we can catalyze in logistic sense the most volume we can of recycled plastic, citizens, corporations, human resources, and we started operating. And that way we managed to collect a huge amount of plastic. And the typical opinion of everyone was, oh, great. Now with this plastic, we make a commemorative bracelet, we create merchandising, we make a bag. No, with that plastic, let's do something that makes sense, which is blankets for homeless people. It's the same, but giving it a meaning, not making merchandising, not doing fast fashion, but something that's vital for a human being. With this first exercise, we made 2,000 blankets, distributed them to a number of NGOs and communities. It's just changing something, giving it a soul and making everything shine. I have to leave it there because we're very late. Thank you all very much for listening to me. I hope you liked it.
Bueno, aquí tengo las fotos, las paso rapidísimo para que veáis los ejemplos de cómo somos.
Well, these are the pictures, just very quickly, so that you can see the examples of who we are and the projects we work at, the Bee Forest project, and that was all from me. If you want to see anything else, we are in Instagram. We're very active, very millennial, very modern, and you can, well, we are in many social media, and you can have access to everything we're doing. And that's all from me. Thank you.
En la esquina. Bueno, podemos ir empezando la mesa redonda.
So, I think we can start with this round table now. I'd like to start by thanking you all for your presentations. They have been very interesting and varied, and as you have explained from the very beginning, they've been really positive, except for some data that cannot be positive. In general, they've been quite optimistic. You've explained different series, well, different cases as well, to explain how we can bring all of these things together with a sort of guiding line like climate change, water availability, trying to link them all and explain, for example, how that can affect agricultural uses or our urban use of water, which is really necessary for us. And well, I don't know if any of you would like to add something. If not, I'll start by asking you some questions. You, for example, were talking about the biodiversity we have here in the Balearic Islands, and you also refer to the heat waves that we are suffering and that are affecting our water in the past few years. What could be the impact of a constant temperature increase for this biodiversity? Well, we have to think that the sea is sort of stratified. There's a certain temperature on the surface, but as we dive into it, temperatures are totally different. What happens is that when we heat the surface so much, that layer, normally it could be hot for, I don't know, 20 meters. That's what used to happen. Now, at 30 meters of depth, that water is still at 30 degrees Celsius. We were in Cabrera in June, and at that level of depth, it was at 28, 30 degrees. There are species that cannot move and swim in with those temperatures. And if that temperature stays like that for a long period, those fish species will die. They cannot tolerate that temperature range. A sort of decoupling in biological processes is also happening. He was mentioning this as well, our colleague. There's a season for pollination. There's a season for everything. In the spring, for example, lots of plankton is produced. This is what's going to allow many fish to then go and live in Posidonia meadows and so on. If we alter water conditions, if I change temperature, if we change salinity, because fresh water also changes salinity in seawater, because many people may think, okay, fresh water doesn't have to come into the sea. It does. Otherwise, we're going to have a salinization problem, a salinity problem. There's going to be lots of salt in the Mediterranean Sea. And what, for example, the different water treatment plants that we have, what they're doing is they're also changing this parameter. So in the end, what we refer to as climate change, when we talk about the sea, it's really a global change, because it's not only temperature, it's light as well, for example, that's changing. Ultraviolet radiations are changing as well, and that may be changing all of the microbiological community. There's an increase in organic matter as well, coming from, for example, sewage pipes, and that's changing what we're doing in the Mediterranean level. We call these systems oligotrophic ones. They don't have many nutrients. Our sea doesn't have many, and if we add more, we're causing a huge problem. So to summarize, we have an increase in temperature, we may have eutrophisation level increases, we can have a surplus of organic matter, more particles and so on. We're also experiencing changes in these water masses, and the fact that that mass of water is hotter for a longer period of time is also having an impact on atmospheric regimens and so on. Salinity, pollution. I've just spoken of plastics, but there's a huge amount of emerging pollutants whose effects are still unknown. And that's the reality. That's the intense cocktail we have at sea, and that we're sort of steering with currents and creating chaos, so to speak. So we have to be very careful. Any activity is going to have an impact. Pesticides, we always find pesticide levels in marine water. So let's look at this as if it were a whole set altogether. It's not like this is where the sea starts, it's the end of land, and it's a new area. It isn't. We're seeing new effects. We're speaking so much of Posidonia. One of the fears is that if water temperature increases, Posidonia may disappear, and what it's doing maybe, or the oxygen what it is capturing may be released into the atmosphere and cause problems. I mean, Posidonia is a terrestrial plant that has been adapted. What happens is that Posidonia itself, because it's catching CO2, it's capturing CO2. Well, this is also due to all of the animals that live in this area. And if I change, for example, pH levels, or if I cause a change in temperature, any of such things can make the plant react to this, but also to other issues. So it's like it's a binomial composition. There's a lot of mortality or degradation of Posidonia meadows and prairies that's related to organic load. It's not so much related to an increase in temperature, but to some other sort of previous problems. The fact that photosynthesis cannot happen because of the huge presence of particles in the water, that's going to cause a deterioration. If I add a 38 times 1,000 or 48 times 1,000 level of salinity, that's going to cause many problems. We see this in many of our bays. For example, in Palma, part of our Posidonia meadows have disappeared. This is reversible. Yes, we can mitigate it. We can take some action to improve all of these situations, but it has to be done. The mayor of Calvia referred to this before, regenerating water, avoiding, for example, well, terrible or very polluting spills and dumpings into the sea, and the waste also that appears in the sea. That's also something to take into account. Is it realistic that we have all this waste and then we can manage that waste in such a way that it ends up damaging our marine ecosystems? Yes, thank you for your question. If you'd allowed me, I'd like to communicate the idea that yesterday, for example, at this time of the day, I was in Barcelona, where we are being threatened by the lack of rainfall, because if it doesn't start to rain in the next few days, we won't have any water to drink. So my perspective is quite different. Obviously, a river Llobregat, for example, it's got two cubic meters of water, and it's been like that for months. Can you think of the impact that may have on the Mediterranean Sea? Also, think when we have some floodings, we have 8,000 hundreds of liters per second, and that's going to cause intensive flooding when that happens. So from that perspective, and well, purifying plants, that may happen and may be built in and may be used in such a way that these products do not exist. Obviously, we as citizens are not demanding enough to explain and to make our government comply with things like water has to be even better than what EU directives are telling us. We have to really do something about this, and we have to say we want better water. But I'm not so much interested in that because, well, and I was explaining this, if it doesn't start to rain, we're not going to have any water. And if we don't have any tap water, imagine what's going to happen. Look at tourism, how much it's going to suffer. Or we and our friends, we have to understand we're not going to be able to have a daily shower. And we are going to have huge problems. So we have to do something about this. We cannot say, okay, we'll talk about this tomorrow. So under these circumstances, well, we talk of climate change, but we have to change, to say, as Einstein used to say, we have to do things differently. We have to start and think, when it rains, in the end, everything is solved. If it's not been solved so far, it's because we've not come to the end of it. It's going to rain. Someday it's going to rain. The problem is when it will rain and how it will rain. Because when it starts to rain, we're really going to have to take it seriously and think about how to store much of that water to be able to reuse it. Then we need to regenerate and reuse part of that. And we need to use it in circular circuits, as astronauts do, for example. You know what they do. We've got the Russian astronauts, for example, that can't exit their area for months. Okay, they haven't got any problem with water, have they? So what we should do here on this planet Earth is exactly the same. We have to think of that regeneration. We can do it as it's been done in Calviá, and we can do it for different amounts of water. I will talk to the mayor about this, undoubtedly. I couldn't explain everything I wanted to explain because time is precious, but what have we learned from California, for example, in terms of how to distribute water? Everyone has to know this. The problem, for example, is not producing tomatoes, it's to bring those tomatoes somewhere else. It's not a problem with regenerating water, it's what we do, how we carry that water to hotels, wherever. That's going to be more costly than many other parts of the system. In California, they've learned this well. And they've decided things like, for example, let's invest in producing high quality water and use it as it is done in many other places. Well, my question was more focused on how to manage the waste produced after this processing and water treatment and so on. Well, that should be done when treating that water, actually. I'm focused more on the final stage. I take it for granted that all water treatment and purification systems in every city are doing things well. They can do them better, obviously, but it's not purification systems that are leaving single-use bottles all over the place. Yes, we're talking about different kinds of waste. Yes, but regenerated water. That's there. That should be achieved. And in fact, in Catalonia, for example, our government is now telling us, look at the water we are regenerating. It comes from the water treatment plant. It's sent to households so that it is drinkable water. That's better than the water carried by our rivers, even better. Maybe Miquel can add something to this. I don't know. In Mallorca, we spoke a lot about how to reuse regenerated water for irrigation, to enhance crops and so on. Can you tell us something about that? Well, water reuse rates, well, more than using that for agriculture, we should talk of water use in general. Here, for an agricultural use, water is used at a 20% level, more or less. 80% is used of that water for other activities, human consumption or tourism, whatever. In the Iberian Peninsula, it's the other way around. 80% of the water is used for agriculture and 20% for human consumption. That also gives us an idea of, well, the reality each industry has and the role it plays at each area. Over here, agriculture doesn't play such a huge role. And putting this in relation with pesticides in water, when starting a transition towards agroecological farming or organic farming, do you think this could help us? I mean, the idea is that this could help us avoid wasting water. Do you feel that measures are being taken and policies are being adopted at EU level, which are really encouraging, fostering, promoting a transition towards, well, organic farming or this agroecological agriculture you were talking about or whatever? Well, our common agricultural policy more or less tries to follow those lines of action. It's trying to implement this farm-to-fork system. And well, the main idea, the main goal behind that is that 25% of the usable cropland is devoted to organic farming, to organic agriculture. They also want to see a reduction in the use of pesticides and fertilizers. But well, I mean, it's good gestures, but it's not enough. If we want to significantly reduce emissions, and if we want to reduce energy intensity and the intensiveness that agriculture means in terms of energy use, we have to do something else. We have to think about transport as well, hugely, because we move our food hugely from one place to the other. We're producing very far away from points of consumption. And we also want to eat things which do not belong to our weather, our climate, the season we are at. So we need to go back to consuming, to eating seasonal products that are produced closer to us as well, and that are typical of our area. That's going to reduce the impact we're making hugely, impact in terms of global pollution and energy consumption. And with this, you put the wall on the consumer's roof, don't you? And that's interesting. It's interesting. It's not only consumers, it's the market. Well, in the end, why have we changed our consumption habits? I mean, if you are constantly being told that you have to eat this huge steak, meat, and well, and meat products, I mean, dairy products and so on. What we're being told in terms of what we should eat is it's not only meat, it's dairy products and byproducts as well, fish as well, not so much, but well, I mean, well, lamb, for example, that we should increase our consumption, but we should reduce other meat consumptions. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention, because you've talked about our need to reduce meat consumption. You've mentioned that, but you've also explained that well, sheep and goat are useful for fixing CO2. Fernanda has also explained the importance of some of these animals in terms of transhumance and shepherding techniques and so on. So perhaps it would be more interesting to focus on the type of product we are consuming and we're eating, so that consumers and markets have that information. Otherwise, we could be falling into a sort of contradiction, can't we? Well, I don't know. In the end, we have to think about why have we stopped eating lamb, for example. it was a type of meat that was typically eaten some years ago, at least here in Mallorca. There was a huge tradition linked to eating lamb. So what's happened with it? Well, it's more expensive to produce that meat. Its taste may be perhaps more intense, and we've moved towards more sort of neutral meats, pork, poultry, and beef. Their taste is sort of more neutral. They can be produced in a more industrial manner with a higher yield and profit and so on. So in the end, consumer trends are marked hugely, very, very much based on all these. They're guided. I mean, we eat what we're served on our tables, don't we? I'm not so clear about the fact that we're free. I mean, we're free to buy whatever we want to, maybe, yes, but I don't know if we're really aware of what we are buying, where it comes from, how it is produced, and so on. That's the change that needs to take place, I think, within the system. Okay, thank you. And then I've also got a question regarding agricultural production and activity in Mallorca and how this relates to energy transition. I'd like to know if you are actually foreseeing a real impact on agriculture with this transition. I mean, well, it's quite a controversial issue. I mean, we in our association have been saying for a long period now that we think we need some planning. The planning so far in terms of production models, particularly the model for implementing big solar plants throughout the islands, has been, well, we've just mapped, or we've drawn a map of where we can place them based on energy production, but we haven't gone through a territorial debate, and these are ways of producing energy that have a huge impact on our territory from the viewpoint of landscape, from the viewpoint of how to get that energy out from the plants and bring it to let it enter the grid and bring it to consumption points. Its impact on agricultural activities, for example, as well, because this is basically, it's activities that are being developed in rural areas, and that's the land upon which we exert the real pressure, isn't it? We are the only region, well, not the only one, but we are a region where we allow, building in rural land, and we are also allowing this sort of impact to happen. We then want to do some sort of greenwashing by showing that we are integrating farming activities with solar plants. Well, I mean, better than nothing, yes, but we would appreciate a debate, a dialogue, a discussion, and a negotiation with all of the stakeholders. We don't only want the Regional Department of Energy taking care of this without taking into account all of the others, land, agriculture, because we are all suffering from those impacts. And we clearly see that we need to develop renewable sources of energy, yes, but we need to see where and how. I mean, we have an excellent opportunity now to have a democratic source of energy, an energy that can be socially distributed. It doesn't have to be in the hands of just a few. But the situation now is one of speculation, really, where it's only those who were producing before with fossil fuels that are now entering this new niche market. It's the same agents, but changing the system. And you don't think that the climate emergency situation justifies this, does it? I mean, we've been doing this for 10 years, and we imposed a levy, a tax, a fee on the sun. I remember when Zapatero launched that legislation that really fostered solar production. There was an emerging and a really interesting industry there that was developed regarding the production of solar panels and so on. But then we introduced this tax, this fee, I mean, have we really had the time to plan where to place these infrastructures? The agricultural law implemented some years ago required that some of these areas were clearly planned and organized. Is this taken into account and envisioned when planning these plans? Or, well, I mean, the regional department for, the Department of Agriculture has launched, I don't know if it's a directive, what it is, but some characteristics to determine whether some plots of land are apt for this kind of plants or not, because if they are useful for agriculture and farming, well, the recommendation is that solar plants are not installed there, but it's not happening really. I mean, there are applications for the installation of solar plants in areas that should be devoted to agriculture and farming. So what we are saying is that, okay, we have some areas that are eutrophied, that are degraded, and that are closer to consumption points. Let's opt for this instead of having big facilities and installations away from those consumption areas. Well, going back to climate change and new technologies, we're talking in the Balearic Islands, a new decree has been produced to, well, referring to the mitigation that companies will have to undergo for, well, estimating their carbon footprint and so on. Much has been said about this. And I wanted to ask Fernando if he has this feeling when working with companies, or if you think that they are, well, what do you think? Do you see that they are moved by this environmental interest, or what we see there is a sort of carbon credit market? Well, I think it was The Guardian or The Economist. I can't remember. I read an article that explained this topic very, very well. There's a very quite obvious justification, rationale, quite obvious, difficult to accept, perhaps, and assimilate, but obvious. What they explained is that the problem of climate change, of well, this CO2 emissions that we are suffering, this is a topic that corporations, those really causing the emissions, they are the ones responsible for that. Citizens as well, but mainly big corporations. So any regulatory agency is going to tell us, okay, we have to reduce CO2 emissions. If not, you have to compensate for them. So emission bonus or compensation. The game here is about, okay, governments understand that for corporations to really take this thing seriously, those who are in control of power, what they say is, why don't we let them gain money, earn money with this? Perhaps this can be a source of motivation for them. And that's where we start the game. It's like giving them the candy they're looking for, that sweet they want to reach, so that they get involved. For citizens, for human beings, it's, well, we can get some profit out of that game because they are investing 10 million or 100 million, whatever. In the end, it seems to be of benefit to all of us because it seems that they are taking us seriously for the first time, either because they don't want to be fined or because they want to earn money, reducing their emissions and selling to others. It's an interesting market. It's an emerging market. It's still there to be built. We still don't know much about that. We're changing patterns frequently. Guidelines, regulations are changing. Spain is being a pioneer with the MITECO seal. It's full of, well, guarantees. Those of you who know about carbon seals, you know that Golden Standard and BERA are the two main ones, but they are private. It's private agencies that regulate them and that issue these internationally. In Spain, it's what we do is those causing emissions here, CO2 emissions, they have to reduce them or compensate them with bonds produced by us or audited by us. We're now thinking about a European seal as well. Probably MITECO will be absorbed by the EU. But, well, basically, this is what was explained to us and why people talk about these issues. Well, it is basically a currency to exchange so that corporates, big corporations, really take this game seriously. Okay, we don't have much time left. I don't know if anyone from the audience has questions for the panelists. We apologize from the interpreter's booth, but we need any speaker to use a microphone to be able to hear what they are saying and translate.
Bueno, ¿se me ha oído o repito todo? No, creo que se me ha oído, ¿no? La desalación. Bueno, entonces, como la desalación
You were
genera unos
talking
almacenes
about
en el,
salt
el lugar
issues,
donde
about
acaba esa marea
salinization and
de
so
levantadas
on.
en el mar. Entonces, sobre
Well,
todo cuando es
basically
un
what
pues
this
genera,
does is
problemas,
it produces some
directamente
sort
con
of
el desagüe.
brine that
Bueno,
ends up in our
mi
seas, and then we
pregunta
have some further problems.
es la
So,
siguiente.
well,
Yo
this
soy
process, and my
partidario
question
o
is
defiendo
the
la idea
following
de
one.
que la
I
desalación
support the idea
junto a la
that
costa, allá donde no
when
haya
we
agua de calidad y donde
desalt
el agua suministrada
close
pública venga
to
de acuíferos,
coastal areas and where
la
water
veo
comes
como en
from
eso, en el
aquifer,
sentido de que protejamos
well, I
esos
think that
acuíferos de esa zona.
desalination can be
Y si
positively looked
usted,
at.
cuando digo usted me refiero no a una casa privada, sino a un hotel, etcétera,
If you,
está
and when I say
100
you,
o
I'm not
200
talking about a
metros del
private
mar
household,
y
about a
eche
hotel, for
su
example.
terreno
You are
por abajo
100
que va a
meters
seguir
away
agua
from
de
the
mar
sea,
y deje,
and
por
you
favor,
can
el
go
acuífero
100
que
meters
está
from
a
you,
un
get some
kilómetro,
seawater,
100
and
metros, déjelo en
leave
paz, que
that
consuma
aquifer that is
ese agua
perhaps
salada,
100
sana,
kilometers
y
inland,
después,
just
claro,
leave it
cuando la
alone.
casa muera,
You can
devuélvala usted
use the water
con
from
un
that
pozo de
sea, and
rechazo,
then you
etcétera.
sort of
Entonces
return
tiene el
that sort
beneficio
of
de que
brine
uno deja
through whichever
el
system is in
agua
place. So what's the benefit of
acuífero,
this?
lo
Well,
deja
we are
protegido,
leaving
no hay
sort of
intrusión
aquifers
marina,
protected.
pero
There's no
tiene
sort of marine
la
intrusion.
contraprestación de que genera
We leave
salmuera.
freshwater reservoirs in
Entonces,
peace.
la pregunta
But,
es,
so that's
¿qué
one
es mejor o
positive
peor?
things.
Quizás a lo
But
mejor,
in opposition, we're producing some sort of, well, that salty product, that brine. So what my question is, what would be better?
Normalmente la normativa te exige que la liberes
Well,
más allá de
normally,
1,9
in terms of that
metros.
brine you're referring to, that I think that you are asked to release it as far away from land as you can. If you're talking, for example, if we have 30 meters in depth, it has to go beyond that so that it doesn't affect Posidonia. That's what legislation requests from us.
pozo de rechazo
So
y esa
imagine
salmuera
70
se va
meters, you can
filtrando
have a rejection well, and that brine would be sort of filtered to whatever. Yeah, well, this refers to hotels, to big consumers. I mean, I haven't really seen this in application. I don't know how realistic an inventory of how underground waters are being managed could be. You know, I mean, water percolates, and if we start to perforate, I'm sure that we will end up perforating some aquifer, and salt intrusion is a reality in any aquifer, in any freshwater reservoir. So what I would do is, in any case, for water management, energy management, the first thing I would do would be diminish our use, decrease that. We cannot have 1,000 swimming pools everywhere. I mean, we need to reduce our water use. The estimates for local people is huge. For tourists, it's even higher. I mean, and I'm not demonizing tourists here, but they are consumers as well. For example, the blankets, towels, bed sheets, bed linen they're using, that's going to have to be washed. And it's a kind of consumption we're not always thinking about. It's not simply the water we drink, the water I'm going to use for cooking. It's all the other things, all of the comfort we have around us and that we could avoid. We need to find a balance between this, because then we can start and think about very imaginative solutions like, okay, I'm going to have my own water treatment plant, I'm going to filter water, try and recycle, try and have this economy, or I don't know, zero waste economy. Great, fantastic, but we have to invest on that. We have to give, I don't know, offer subsidies, aids, whatever, but we have to achieve that. For me, the final solution is always reducing, going back to traditional human uses. We cannot keep on consuming things that come from 2,000 kilometers away. We have to think about the costs behind that. We're talking about carbon emissions, but I mean, in the end, that's one of the majority elements present in our environment. But we also have sulfur, nitrogen, many more things which are of an even greater concern, which we don't talk a lot about. So I mean, I don't know, the idea that, for example, companies can pay an amount but then keep on polluting our environment, I don't know if this is reasonable, really. So let's try and, reduce using common sense, because in the end, this is going to have an impact on all of us, everybody. I don't think we're going to achieve that. Tourists come and visit us 2 weeks a year, and obviously they're going to drink more than ever, eat more than ever, and have as many showers as they want to. And it's going to be very difficult to change that. Until we raise their awareness, it's interesting to try and find technological solutions or price something to, I don't know, to add a penalty to this excessive use. We have to finish, and Alvaro wanted to add something. Yet the brine you were referring to very briefly. A desalination process that's at an industrial level with 100 liters, it produces about 50 liters of fresh water, which is not purely fresh water. The other 50 liters are the ones removing that salt. We're not creating any matter here. It's simply sort of reserved. Salt comes in to that seawater, it's separated, and it goes into brine. So I think that for any of these activities, we need, well, that sort of brine, that salt was before in the sea. It's called brine because it's double concentration compared to seawater. And that salt can and has to be given back to our seas in the adequate dilution conditions, and that can be done. So I agree with what you have said. Changing the way we organize our economic life from one day to the next day, it's irreal. I mean, and I repeat, maybe tomorrow I'm not going to have any water that I can, any tap water that I can drink where I come from. Second thing, I see many information, I don't know, about many companies, Movistar, whatever, but nowhere have I seen you've just entered a territory with 105 liters per inhabitant. We congratulate you in advance because you are going to be a good saver. We have to do this kind of things. Like we say, you can go to a disco, you can go to a museum, you can go to a restaurant, to the well park, whatever. We have to also inform on this. Fertilizers, they have been brought to the discussion as well. Well, in regenerated water, they are undetectable, basically. It's not, we don't have a very relevant contribution of fertilizers this way, because it's drinking water what we're talking about. So unless citizens are really irresponsible and add fertilizers to their sinks, those levels are going to be really reduced. You have to take into account as well that even in polar areas, those waters there have everything, endocrine disruptors, everything. I mean, we cannot change the planet just in a minute. If we don't like it, let's look for another one, but that's all that we can do. Thank you, Rafael. Sorry for cutting you, but I mean, there's a new session now, and we have to really, really finish with this one. I would be with you until 7 o'clock this evening, but I can't. Okay, thank you very much.
4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Ah, okay. It's a challenge. Like this? It's good like this, yeah? You hear me? Like this? Ah, okay. Wonderful. The press is just asking that all the speakers can up for a short photo. That would be Christoph Wiener, my friend Dan Ram, that we just do a short photo for the newspaper because they want to print tomorrow and the machines has to produce. And is Mark already here? Mark Martin? I don't see him. Okay, so let's do a picture. Yeah? Yeah, we have to smile, huh? Somehow, yeah? We are not at a funeral. Okay, picture done? Super. Ah, one more. Ah, yeah. The guy with the nice shoes, yeah, you see? Yeah? Yeah, no, Maya not right. You want to do like a little... I don't need... Thank you so much. Thank you. Good. Okay, so I don't need these microphones. Thank you so much for coming all. My name is Markus Dold. I'm the CEO of eMallorca Technologies, SLU. What we are doing is we want to change, or let's say we are part of the change. We want to participate and to help islands to get ready for the future mobility. The steps to get to the world for a better place. I have now, I think, to press these buttons. Ah, this one. Ah, fantastic. Another time. Super. Yeah, this is a nice beach. I love Mallorca. And we have a small video, as I see, to show. Press on play. One more? Fantastic. Ah. So this is about our concept, and as was one too fast. Oh, okay. We are building at the moment 3 mega charging hubs. One is in Saint-Fuster. This is on the way to Inca, to this place, if you come from Palma. It is Toys R Us, and if you follow then the road to CaixaBank, then on the opposite, you see that. We are investing here 1.6 million euros, and we will put 16 charging points with 200 kilowatt to supercharge the cars in 20 minutes. Why 20 minutes is very important. Everything what we're doing here, we already did on Corsica. So it's our second island. And as you know, the second is always better than the first one. So to supercharge cars in 20 minutes, this is a speed where you can keep the people inside the car. Our first customers are residential, not residentials, are the tourists who rent a car at the airport. Maybe some of you knows that here on Mallorca we have up to 100,000 electrical rental cars, but not electric. So 100,000 cars here on Mallorca are driving in August. And imagine what will be if all these cars, or maybe some of them, would be electric. It would be an amazing thing for the island. On Corsica, we have in the meanwhile 35% of all the cars, rental cars, are electric. Not 2.7% as it's in the regulation on Mallorca. Today, 35%. That means the streets get silent. There is no smell. There is no noise. The people have less accidents because they care about the battery. They don't drive so fast, they don't accelerate so fast because they see the battery gets empty. So this is a nice effect for the rental car companies. And on the other hand, if you drive electric, you can drive with the battery up to 1 million kilometers. That is an insane solution for the people to save money. And rental car companies are early adopters of new cars because they buy new cars every year. So the change will happen, that is my prediction, that in future the rental car companies will keep the cars longer. It's not like the fuel cars that you have to sell them after 6 months on a good price. I bet that the rental car company business will change. They keep the cars longer, and that is something what is good for the pockets on the rental car companies, to my point of view. But for the tourists, if they get an electric car, reduce the pollution on the island, not only the carbon-2 emission that you don't see immediately, you see that only on a worldwide balance, but if you reduce if you change the fleet to electric, then you have less smell, as I'm saying, and less noise. The people are driving slowly. It's something good on the island. This is now the map, what we have now in progress. On this overall map, you see all our contracted properties where we are building now charging points. And as I was saying before, with the example of Saint-Fuster, or below the mega charging hub that we are building on nearby Megasports, and the one in Algaida, what we already have established with 12 charging points, that is a contribution that we provide the network for the rental car companies first, that they will bring massive cars. I'm talking with Alexander Sixt, that is the owner of Sixt Rental Cars, now since 2017. In November 2017, I had the first meeting with him. He just recently, last year, bought 100,000 electrical cars on his whole fleet of 250,000 250,000 cars. So there's a change happening in the business of the rental car companies, as I'm saying. So if we do the network good, like we did on Corsica with 400 charging points, and now here we will have the same amount of charging points until end of the year, also 400 charging points, distributed all over the island, so we can show the rental car companies, look, we are ready now. So for the season 2024, I estimate that we will have the option to get 10,000 electrical cars, almost 10% of the fleet. And then maybe 1 year later, we have the same situation like in Corsica, 35%. And this is good for the island. I press, and it changed. Our ecosystem is different. A lot of people think about to put a charging point somewhere on a property like a shop or a hotel or a restaurant or at home maybe, that's it. No, that's not. Because you need to think about where comes the energy. Because if everybody at home would put a charging point, then the grid would be overloaded. We have this situation in Norway some years ago already, that too much charging points will collapse the grid on the street level already. Because the grid is made for the standard energy consumption of houses or industrial area like it was before, like it was 30 years ago. Nobody was thinking 30 years ago when the grid was planned and is established, or even before, that electrical vehicles will come. Because when you go to a house, to a household to purchase an electric car, you see that the energy consumption of this household will go up by 50%, so it will double. And the grid is not made for that. So the solution for that is smart charging, that you have a communication from the charging point to the grid, and that you only use the available power based on the whole grid level, on the whole island level, not like the people want the power. You have to regulate that. And that is what we are doing here in the ecosystem, that we say, okay, we do the energy production with solar on the side where we put the charger, plus batteries on the side, plus solar production on other places. We are looking to contract through PPA agreements solar power from other solar plants, or we build other solar plants on other places, because we can use the grid to balance, but we are estimating we are going for having our own energy. And with the storage and with the flexibility, we can even charge cars at night when there is no sun, because we store the energy from the sun in the batteries. On the location, we see with these new concept of energy communities that is published by the European Union, and everybody wants to participate on that or contribute, we as well. So what we do is, once if a property signed with us, like a golf course or a supermarket, then we put a charger, put some batteries, and then we ask the property owner, maybe we should increase the value, maybe we should increase the installation by adding solar on the side, creating an energy community, and share all the new power with the charger and also with the neighborhood. This is for us the second step. This is for us how we can add more value to our charging business. So with the energy provider that we are working for, is the invoices and all these. At the end, we will talk about a virtual power plant, that you can put all the power generated in our ecosystem with all the chargers that we have balanced, so that the chargers and the cars connected get the power whenever we have power, depending on the energy production. So we can really manage. Wait for the next one. So as I'm saying, we have the mega charging hubs. In this, we can charge up to 600 cars a day. It's very important to get ready for the peak of the day, because if we provide infrastructure for rental car companies to start, and later the residentials, of course, will also buy electrical cars more and more, maybe used cars from the rental car companies, we need to prepare for the highest day. It's like in a supermarket. If you go to a supermarket, you always ask yourself in the big supermarket why there is so many cashier's desks. But they are there for Christmas time or certain time when a lot of people want to buy. On Saturday at 5 o'clock, everybody goes shopping, so you need a lot of cashier desks. And with the charger, it's the same. We need to provide the capacity for the peak. We don't need to provide the capacity only for the base usage. We need to provide the capacity for the peak. So for that reason, we are preparing with these charging hubs that we are building. We are aiming to build 5 on Mallorca for 600 cars a day. On the right side, you see the battery energy storage that we optimize the self-consumption that we do, that we have, thanks to Watt Analytics, our software provider, to measure the energy spent on a property 4 times a second, that we can balance everything in a smart way. This is all different what everybody else is doing. The people put the charger, the charger has 44 kilowatt, they go to the grid provider, like Endesa Distribuzione, and they ask for 44 kilowatt, then 2 years later they get 44 kilowatt, and that's it. We are looking smart. We put the power, we put the charger on existing power. If it's 2 kilowatt, we have 2 kilowatt for the start. If it's 100 kilowatt, we have 100 kilowatt for the start. Our installation in Hotel Samos, for example, in Magaluf provides up to 300 kilowatt, depending how many people are in the hotel. In winter, the hotel is closed. So of course, then for the residentials, we can provide a lot of super fast chargers. Everybody who has money enough to buy a Porsche Taycan can then go there and charge in maybe 15 minutes in this time being. Yeah? Maybe in summer it gets a little bit slow because of the energy demand that the tourists have. Yeah? So everything needs to be flexible and dynamic. I'm the software guy. Since my age of 16, I was coding. I'm a software coder. So I'm thinking in version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not an engineer who thinks about the thing, what it should be in the perfect world, because then I would start in 10 years or so. Yeah, I'm dynamic. I have a dynamic approach. It's called agile project management. You have the plan for the next week, then you reach your goal, then you do the plan for the next week. That is how you can develop things. The chargers that we have at the moment, we are working with DC chargers. That means that we have high power charger up to 200 kilowatt. That is good for the high power cars, that we can charge also them in 20 minutes. And we have the AC chargers. These are the parking chargers, what we put in hotels, where we put at the beach on parkings, what we put in restaurants where the people eat, that during they stay there, that during this time they get more energy. Maybe they don't get on a small charger, they don't get the car full. But this is also a mistake. The people think, I have no electric car, I need to go a charger because the battery has 20%, I want to have it 100%. This is wrong. You only need the power for the next day, for the next charger. Maybe you can charge a little bit at home. Maybe tomorrow you're at the same place, so connected again. In average, the tourists drive 80 kilometers a day. So what they need is 80 kilometers a day. They don't need empty, full, empty, full. That is also something what will change in the heads of the people. About the app and the software, we are looking for creating a software here for the ecosystem to show the people the beautiful nature of Mallorca, to show them not only where they can find our chargers, also that they find nice places where they can eat, where they can play golf, where they can swim, to have everything in a tourist app. This is to close our ecosystem here. And yeah, maybe you saw the new animal. The people say the new animal, because what we put in front of the entrance is not a plane. It is not a car. It is not a helicopter. It is something new. And this is what the regulators understand, but it's difficult for them. Because if you go to EASA, EASA is providing the regulations for all the aircrafts. They think about Airbus 380 or helicopter for 10 million. They are not thinking on personal flying devices like this one. This one is on a purchase. You can buy it now by us for 600,000 euros. Then you have it. Then you can fly a little bit or not, depending on what you like. But two people can sit inside, and it's only 250 kilograms. You can unfold the arms, and it fits in your garage. It's a flying car, but no wheels. It's a new animal, the Chinese say like that, a new animal, but needs a new approach, how to deal with the regulations. And we are not alone with these products. Together with our partner EHang, a lot of more people are working on that. The people say it's a multi-billion-dollar market, the next big thing after the electrical vehicles. Yeah. So we are already working on the future, because we do that not for now. We have the whole roadmap for the next 30 years, what comes, everything gets electric. This is a new cycle getting everything electrified. Maybe I can play the video. And the other thing is the drone show. We can provide electrical fireworks. That means that the firework is sustainable. That the drones, up to 6,000 drones, can show like such pictures in the sky. It makes no noise. Some people like the noise, other people not. In some areas, the firework is forbidden because of the noise, because of the smell, because of the danger. To do such nice things with some drones, that is a new way how you can celebrate, how you can bring the people, open the mouth and say, ah, yeah, that's like this, yeah. If you want, we can share later the links that you can click on them, or maybe the technician can start it. Yeah, you saw it, 2020. Now it's 2023. We can stop now. Now it's 2023, so this technology is not brand new, but it's coming. And I'm happy that you had the time to listen to us, and I'm very grateful to Pedro and to Carmen inviting me, to giving me the opportunity as a non-Mallorquin to talk in front of the audience, talk at the eMallorca Experience Week, and can share my thoughts, and I'm really grateful for that. And yeah, thank you for the audience. I will hand over now to Dan Ram, my friend, to talk about special things. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. I was 16 years old when I stared death in the face, literally in the face. Its eyes locked into mine, every vein, every muscle poised for the attack, and its teeth drooling with anticipation. I was 16 years old, living in Africa, when I stared down the apex predator of the jungle, a wild lion. Do any of you know what to do if a lion attacks you? Pray. Yes, pray to any god that is out there. So, you know, survival instinct kicks in really quickly, and I looked at my options. There are trees, but you cannot climb a tree faster than a lion. There was a lake, but you cannot swim faster than a lion. There is land, but you certainly cannot run faster than a lion. And even though I have started working out, you cannot fight a lion. 16 years old, a skinny teenager living in Zimbabwe, Africa, when I had to survive against a lion. I'm going to tell you what to do if a lion attacks you, but I'm going to make you work for it. So you're going to ask me at the end of this how you survive a lion attack. I'll be delighted if you can figure that out in the next 10 minutes. So, I have a simple message for you because I'm not a very smart person. I have only 4 words to share with you. The 4 words are what I learned for the first time when I saw that lion. And it's these 4 words. Start now, start simple. Start now, start simple. So let's rewind the tape. 16 years old, and then I ended up graduating from high school in Morocco. I went to Yale University where I did my bachelor's. I worked for the UN, I worked for KPMG. I got 3 presidential awards. I was the captain of the national winning competition for badminton. I'm telling you all of this stuff because despite a very good CV, when I graduated from my MBA, I got no jobs because I graduated in a recession. So even though I had a really good resume, nobody hired me. I applied for the jobs I wanted. Nobody hired me. I applied for jobs that were a little bit less than what I wanted. Nobody hired me. I applied for jobs I did not want. Even they didn't hire me. I waited for 18 months to find a job. I did not become an entrepreneur or innovator out of choice because it's cool to work for yourself. I was forced into it. I wanted a job. No one gave me a job, so I had to create my own job. And here is how that happened. I was sitting in a chair. It's what most unemployed people do. It was now 17 or 18 months into applying for jobs. I applied for hundreds and hundreds of jobs. Nobody said yes to me. I got so tired of hearing no that I decided whatever the next job is, whoever gives me opportunity, I am going to say yes. That's what desperation does. Yes. So I was sitting there drinking a cup of tea, and a friend of mine called and says, "Hey, Dan, you know how you're doing nothing with your life?" And I said, "You know what, screw you. But yes, you're right, I'm doing nothing with my life." She said, "Can you come and inspire our students by being a fake investor?" Why fake investor? Because real investors have money. Unemployed people like me didn't have money, so I had to pretend. And even though I thought, I have no bank account, I think I had like 60 or 70 euro in my bank at that point, even though I'm not an investor, I said, yes. And then I Googled investor. And I saw Shark Tank and Dragon's Den, and I watched what questions they asked and how they dressed. And I was the best fake investor those 12-year-old girls had ever seen. That's it. They were only 12, but I was the best fake investor. That evening, I got a very angry phone call from one of the dads saying, "Dan, I've never heard of you, but because of you, my little girl wants to be an entrepreneur. You must be some motivator. Can you please come and motivate my staff? I have a media company. Can you motivate them?" And I thought to myself, hold on. I am unemployed, and I have to come and motivate employed people who have a job. That makes no sense. But I thought to myself, you know what, that's okay. Just say yes. So on the phone, I said yes. I put down the phone, and I went on Google. They didn't have ChatGPT back then, so I went on Google, and I just said, how to motivate people who should be motivated. What's their problem? Why are they not motivated? But I went in, and I gave the best speech I could give. Nothing happened for a couple weeks, but then the print section asked me, "Hey, Dan, you're a good speaker. You're a good thinker. More importantly, you're positive." And Ireland, so I was living in Ireland at that point, Ireland is in a recession. Ireland's in trouble. Could you come in and can you write an article on the 5 top tech trends for Ireland? I was unemployed for 17 months. I'd given 2 speeches, one to a bunch of 12-year-old girls as a fake investor, and one to a media company as a fake motivator. These were my qualifications. But I had to write the top 5 tech trends for Ireland. But like everything else, I said yes, and I put in the work, Google. And I Googled everything, and I wrote the best article I could write. But nothing prepared me for the next call, because the next call came from the national government of Ireland. And a chairperson of a new committee, he was allowed to pick 7 people to be the advisors on the national policy of entrepreneurship. And a real investor from the real Dragon's Den of Ireland was the chairperson. He said, "Dan, never heard of you, but I read your article, and I believe the future that you are presenting. Would you be one of our 7 advisors?" And for the next couple of months, we became the team that wrote together 96 recommendations to the government, of which over 80% were actually implemented, making one of the most successful policy documents. And that's still the national policy entrepreneurship that Ireland runs on today, that has affected billions in GDP and millions of jobs. It all started by saying yes. My first belief is start now, and you start by saying yes. It doesn't matter how small the opportunity is, because we often hear about opportunities that are big. Mine didn't start with the big opportunity, like electrifying an island. Mine started by saying a speech to a bunch of 12-year-old girls. But by saying yes, step by step, one step in front of the other, I ended up advising a national government. I've gone on to advise multiple governments. I now do that for the German government, where I live at this moment. My first point is start now. Now is the moment to start. My second is keep it simple. I built many companies over the years, not by choice, out of necessity, because no one employed me. I'm still willing to be employed by somebody. But I built 18 companies, and they all started with a simple idea, usually a problem that needed to be solved. And then you bootstrap and you build. I didn't start with big funding and big connections. That's why I love events, because you're able to catapult and leapfrog in front of others. But for me, I had to start small and keep it really simple. But I'll share the starting of the biggest party that I threw. So, because this is my first time in Mallorca. I've been here for about 90 minutes. I've never been in the city before. But I know that a lot of people come here for great parties, among other things as well. So I was thinking that in Europe, Christmas is a beautiful event. But in India, which is my home country, nobody really gets Christmas. And I thought, how do I bring the magic of Christmas to India? So keep it simple. I had a simple dream. This is my dream. 100 people in a room would provide free pizza. And by this point, I had become a legitimate motivational speaker. So I would give a free speech to motivate them into the new year. We'd do some decoration, maybe have Santa come. Simple idea. Here's the problem. Every time someone said, Dan, what are you doing this Christmas? I said, I'm throwing a party in India. And either party or India would excite them. And they would say, how do I get part of it? So first it was some skateboarders. And they said, what can I do? I said, you know what? Not a problem. I'll build a skate ramp outside. Why don't you skate? It'll draw some attention. They said yes. Then a guitarist from Germany said, I want to go to India. I said, great. Talk to Lufthansa. If they sponsor you over, we'll give you a stage. Perform a little bit. Everyone loves music at Christmas. Then this lady in church, I was sitting next to her in church, and she said, Dan, I want to be a part of this. And I said, great. What can you do? And she said, come to my office. And honestly, I thought she was a nice housewife. She was a very nice lady sitting in church. And she said, come to my office. I said, fine. And the office was Microsoft, and she was in charge of the Azure team. And she said, Dan, my entire team will build all your digital elements, all the media. It's a pretty long story that happens over 3 months, but in 3 months, we went from 100 people, one night, free pizza, motivational speaker, to a 6-day event with over 200 artists who all performed for free, sponsored by various different people, and 350,000 people came to this party, just by keeping it simple. No big funding, no big partnerships, just one step in front of the other. So, here, like I said, I'm not a smart person, right? But I have one simple belief. Whether it's a lion that you face in life, or a big vision, like what we just heard from Marcus here about what he wants to do and what he's already doing, now the second island that he's doing this, whatever it is, you start now and you start simple, and amazing things happen. So now's the point that you asked me, how did you survive the lion attack? You ready for the answer? Any guesses? I mean, I've given you the key. Start now, start simple. So what do you think you do? Be prepared. When the lion comes in your life, I mean, there's a 0.01% that happens to you. But what do you do? What is the key? Shoot it? No. No, that's not how we treat nature. No, no, no. I should have mentioned there's no gun involved, there's no sticks involved, there's no stones involved. What do? Stay quiet is actually good. You're right. You also do that with some other animals. But actually, it's quite simple. It's like with every business I built, It's like with every government that I advise, it's like with everything that I do right now, it's actually a very simple thing. You take one step towards the lion, not to the side, not running away, one step in front of the other. That's how you survive a lion attack, and that's also how you create the world that we want to live in. It's one step in front of the other. We actually have 3 people who are going to come and speak now. We got Christoph, we got Mark, and we got Vina, who are going to share. And I bet if you ask them, how did you begin on your journey, they will tell you about that first step. I don't know who you are in the room. I'm really looking forward to seeing you and talking to you, but I bet that one step in front of the other, we create the world we want. Whether Mallorca becomes the next symbol to the world of what an electrified, digitized city looks like, or whether it is even bigger, like making a world that will survive, right? Because that is needed and that is necessary. It is not by taking giant steps forward or billions of dollars. It's actually one step in front of the other, one step in front of the other. And so I like coming to events. I love hearing the step that you're taking. I know right now you're sitting and listening to me, but in reality, you're all doing something. Being here is doing something. Sharing this in your office is doing something. Shaking a hand, building a partnership is doing something. It's a step. So I just want to encourage all of you, start now, start simple. Be fearless, whether it's a lion or whether it's the future, to take one step in front of the other. Thank you so much.
My step with Dan Ram was 2 years ago at the International Automotive Show in Munich. It was the first show after COVID.
Correct.
And I was there because Vina was trusting me. Because Vina, we will hear her later, was trusting me this new animal into my truck. So I decided 1 week before the show to come to Munich. The organizer was really scared how this all can happen, to go with some new things within 1 week preparation to the biggest automotive show. And I put the vehicle, the new animal inside of the court. Everybody was looking, and then I was checking who is all there. Then I was meeting you at the Porsche stage, was it?
I was also at the Porsche stage,
yeah,
yes.
I was meeting you, and I was seeing how emotional and how motivating you are speaking. And I was just going one step to you and said, Danram, look my drone. Come to my drone. You need these old these cars. Yeah, this is not the newest thing. Yeah, come to the new animal. And you just took it and you came by. And since then we established a kind of friendship. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So the next speaker that we have is Christoph. Christoph, come. Christoph was introduced me by Claudia. And Claudia was introduced me by another friend. And when we first met, I had a nice hat that I bought in a Spanish city that I cannot spell. It's called Jerez. Jerez? Yeah. This, where the good wine, special wine, the sherry is made. And I gifted her the hat, and maybe the hat was making some kind of friendship because she was introducing me to Christoph. And then I learned about Christoph that he's doing good things to establish concept to improve a city for better mobility. But maybe you explain better yourself. And now he's here to speak how we can do that, maybe on Mallorca, to have a full concept how to reorganize the mobility, that not on a cloudy day, 100,000 rental cars from the tourists are coming inside Palma and cause the biggest traffic jam ever you can imagine. Thank you, Christoph. It's your stage.
Thank you very much. It's Markus, thank you very much. Dan, it's damn it difficult to follow after you and say it's not only step by step. We need also frame setting. And I like to speak a little bit more about the frame setting because we are under rush and pressure. We have to change the world in a better place as today. And so I try to bring you to a point, an experience, which I like to use as a thought, what we can do with Mallorca so soon as possible, and maybe then also step by step, but with the right frame setting, with the right picture, where we would like to put in our energy and ambitions and so on. So So first of all is we have to be local. If you would like to save the world and so on, the global dimension, let us say step by step means we have to start particularly in each location where we are placed to make it better. So that's the first thing, and therefore we have so damn it responsibility if we speak about the future of a city, a village, or a region, or a nation. And therefore we need a right frame setting, we need alliances, we need cooperation, we need a mission, we need a vision, and maybe we need a big picture where we would like to go together to achieve something, like a goal or to get a better life. So, therefore, that is what we feel in Germany at the moment. We are in some way a transformation crisis. We know we have to start with transformation processes, but actually it's very difficult to communicate that, to find alliances, acceptance, and the right direction. So we're losing a lot of time by that and speed. So we see that we are too slowly, and we get at the moment in Germany, if you would like to have a national psychology barometer, we go deep in a depression because we don't believe on our own future. We don't believe on our instruments. Do we will be able to bring the right decisions on the right place to change that what has to be changed now? So that's the point. So it's too complex, Dan, what you said, yeah? We don't understand the complexity, but we have to handle that. So, and it's maybe a big elephant, and we have to select them in pieces we are able to handle, but we need to understand there is an elephant and not only chaos. So where's the picture? And of course, it's very cost incentive if you don't have opportunities to make win-win strategies with all these partners, with all these experts, with all the people that like to take responsibility on their own to change in the right direction the things that have to be changed. So, because that is what I think you have in Spain, we have it now in Germany, we don't have water anymore, very surprising. It's too hot everywhere, world is burning, and you know, if you have your children, I have 3 of them, they are very critical about that, how slowly we make the decision-making processes and so on. So it's make us very angry. We don't know exactly what to do, and that's the point. We're missing the frame setting where we can go in with our engagement. Where is a key to move the key to open a door for a better world? And that is something which could be happened. So therefore, the transformation crisis is not only the crisis. Maybe it's something we have to have Lust in German. We like to change something. And that is what you can learn from nations like Switzerland or Norway or Denmark or Finland or even Sweden. Why they're so innovative? Why the population are so open-minded to say, okay, we need a new mobility concept. We need e-mobility. Yeah? So certainly Norway, in between 10 years, is a leading market for e-mobility. Why has happened like this one? Because the people are not conservatives. They say, okay, let us try it. Maybe it works, maybe not. Let us enjoy and let us test that. So the open-minding is very important for design future, to create future. So, and that is what actually is going into a personal dimension. We as inhabitants, we as the people that are using the things, we have to be convinced, we feel ourselves proud about changing because we see on our daily work, daily life, this change is good for me. So that's the reason why suddenly my world starts to be better and the world from my neighbor starts to be better. And suddenly living together in a city is better. So what means that? Which kind of doors go open to make even stronger things, more speedy things, more better things together? And that has to do with something that we have to think about, something like this human dimension. In Germany, we are full of engineers. We are designing all the things with a technical view, and then we think about implementation, and we're losing orientation because suddenly it's not accepted. So the Danes and the Swedish and the Norway people, they say, okay, what is good for me? If you have a mayor and you speak with a mayor, you say, in the first step, Crystal is a good idea as a politician, But as a grandfather, I have to say that's a stupid idea because I don't need the solution in my daily life. So give me a solution which is good for my daily life. So human-centric design. That is what we have to learn in Germany, and I don't know how it is in Spain, but that is the key, how we get soon acceptance by the people supporting the transformation processes here in front of us. So now the question, which could be a good example for Mallorca? You see, now we have this, the list of the 300 biggest cities in EU. The first one still is Berlin, the 10th is Barcelona, and the 31 is Copenhagen. Now you see how close they are to Palma, which is on the 60th place. So Copenhagen city, not the metropolitan area, yeah, is 640,000 people. We have a growth of 20,000 people a year. At the moment in Berlin, it's 40,000 people a year. And I don't know how this is Palma. And then you see in the next line, greater region, that is an island. Also island, Mallorca is a little bit less, there's 1 million so far as I understood. Greater Copenhagen is 1.3. And so now you see the square kilometers. What was happened? Copenhagen was bankrupt, more or less, 30 years ago. We don't have money for streets. We didn't have the bicycle concept. There was nothing like this one. We were poor. There was any tax income. And the mayor said, okay, we have to something to change, even because we are so poor. We don't know how to invest and where in the right way to say, okay, we need a future in our city. Then, of course, happened like accident in a harbor city. Suddenly we were flooded everywhere. And so the people said, okay, now we need a change. This was the first experience in the city with climate change. It was shortly before 2000. And then the people said, okay, mayor and politicians, we accept that we need a change of the city. And so in only 14 years, we achieved a lot of first places around the world. In only 14 years. Yeah, you see here, European Green Capital, Copenhagen, most livable city. Copenhagen, the greenest mayor city in Europe. Copenhagen, smartest city in Europe. If you ask today, Copenhagen, you are a smart city, they don't understand your question anymore. Digitalization is done. It's a part of daily life. They don't use that anymore. Yes, we are smart, we are Copenhagen, we are digital. It's normal. So they're laughing about Germans that we start now with a huge program about smart city strategies and so on. So that was happened in between 15 years. So what was coming then the next 5 years? So there is something happened like you see here, that's a waste power station with a green area on the roof, on the harbor. Another roof concept, suddenly it's green. Here you see, they say, okay, that was actually close to the street you saw in the beginning, 20 years later. Leisure, climate change, you have water systems in the public places, yeah, where you say, okay, friends, let us have this kind of common funds of neighborhood. So, and that means then suddenly this transformation of the city, you can see it here, new buildings, the industry areas around the harbor suddenly changed into common places. Here suddenly, that's the newest city quarter for 40,000 people living there and 40,000 working places. The concept is called 5-minute city. What do you think, how much mobility do we need there? It's more or less zero. Yeah, so, but still, you see, on the level 1, you don't see any car anymore. The cars are still there, but in the underground, it's a bicycle city. And you see still here with these towers that is from the old harbor infrastructure, so they hold the identity of the city by transferring that into the future, not disturbing and not destroying that. So the next one is then, there was then the idea, okay, because with the cars we have every time this conflict of spaces, of smoke, of stress, all these kind of things. Let us start with a bicycle road. So if you go with a bike to work, and you are sweating. Yeah, the normal distance in Copenhagen is now 6 kilometers. They go by bike. So they said, okay, if you have an office building, there have to be a shower place. So it's a complex thought. Yeah? They don't think only you go by bike. If you go by bike, you are protected. The whole things, yeah? Even that the bike will not be stolen. And so suddenly you see there's a huge content of bikes, pedestrian, and even still cars. Now they take the parking places out of the city and start with a new mobility concept to make a service from the city into the city. I think that's a question which Palma is similar. So what's happened now? In 2 years now, it will be the first capital city around the world with a zero emission in carbon, or carbon neutral city. So we start now in Germany with 35, 45, 50. Much too slow. So, and that is exactly important what was happened and why they get all this exception. You see it here, and that was just happened 2 days ago, that Copenhagen is world number one in work-life balance. That's very important to know. Each of the inhabitants said, yes, I like to live in this green city. I like to this city that is modern. I like to support this modernization processes by the city. I accept that I can't go with a car into a city and find a parking place anymore. I accept that I have a better life quality, and now you see the results. After only 20 years of transformation, we achieved this goal. So therefore, nobody can say, sorry, it's not possible. It will be possible if you can cooperate with the population, with the inhabitants, and you say, yes, that's great. The funny thing by Copenhagen, the people of Copenhagen, they have a strong identity. They feel very well in the city. They don't like to go to London or to Berlin or so on. They come every time back. So it's really like, that is my home. And that is very important, and that is something which I think is important for your question here in Mallorca. I think the Mallorquins people are very, very proud about their island, and that's also a concept which you can control. It's a border. Yeah, so the question is this a good idea for Mallorca, yes or not? And now we come piece by piece. What Dan said, you have good starting points. You have a lot of green initiatives, even that we are talking here together about e-mobility, and that you have make a law about mobility, e-mobility, and so on. But is this enough, or do you have more potential to do more, even as only, say, we do a little bit e-mobility, or a little bit energy, and so on? Maybe it's possible to say, yes, you need a microsystem. Let us do a lot of initiatives, much more. But maybe you need also a macro strategy, that all pieces fits together to get the big picture, and therefore you need the motivation, and therefore you need something, and that is what I like to add to Dan's speech. You need an idea about why we are doing that. Is there a picture like, yes, we would like to be a leading island, for example, first CO2 clean island, or neutral island? Is this possible? Can we achieve that, like Copenhagen model as a capital? And is there not even a responsibility if you say, okay, if Mallorca like to tell everywhere in Europe, everyone in Europe, if you would like to see how green is working, how changing is working, how transformation processes are making people more lucky, and the life more healthy, and protecting the climate of the world even, you have to see and to show and to experience how Mallorca is working. So and that is only the picture from yesterday, yeah? So I don't know how many planes go to everywhere in Europe as a missionary from, yes, here's Green Island, and we have so many visitors, and if you would like to understand how it works, come to us. And that is even then a high motivation for the Mallorquin people. Say, okay, we need to fix the problems between tourists and our own interest. We even can say, if you come to Mallorca, everybody has to pay €1 for the climate office of Mallorca or whatever when he is landing here. So even then I feel when I book my flight from Berlin, yes, I'm solidaric with you that you're doing this here. Yes, thank you, it's good. It's possible to handle big processes by small processes, therefore existing methods and instrument and so on, but you have to think about that, because if what we did in Copenhagen, or that is now the project from Rostock to be the most happy city in the world, it's a happiness indicator system, you have to say, okay, what is value for us? Where we have a common sense, where the people stay behind us, and that we have a high acceptance and motivation to work. So that is possible, and then you say, okay, in the end, we need every time a lot of good projects. They have to fill up the big picture. And that is actually what I like to say. So now I'm a little bit too fast, 3 minutes, so we can talk. Thank you very much. Who is next?
Thank you so much, Christoph. It was really inspiring what you are proposing, and maybe we can make it happen to speak with some people from the government during your speech, during your stay, that we can really make Mallorca sustainable, not only by the PowerPoint, also sustainable by action. Like Dan Ram was saying, step by step, but take the first step. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mark Malton. With Mark, I have some story together. Maybe he don't know, but when I was starting, I was starting in this whole electric things by buying a Tesla car. It was in 2015 already. And then I was researching, what can I do now? How can I make money with that? I want to change my business. I was fully inspired. Then some common friends told me that they have a company to sell. And this company to sell already had the contracts with the Deutsche Bahn and McDonald's. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, this is a good company to buy, because then I have a starting point. Because having chargers at every McDonald's in Germany, having the Deutsche Bahn as a customer, and SAP was the third one, that is an inspiring thing. So then I was offering 100,000 euros to buy this amazing company, but unfortunately it was not working out. And then when I was doing my Corsica business, somehow we reconnected. Mm-hmm. And Mark is a very great software guy, so I love him for that, because me as a 60-year-old boy, I was starting being an entrepreneur with software. And now he's here, coming from London, I guess?
Correct.
Spending some days here. And what we want to do with Mark Malton is to speak about a car is no longer a car, it's a battery on wheel. You find this sentence in my YouTube speeches already since almost 6 years, I would say, because that is what I really want to do, to have all the 100,000 rental cars stored during the winter, having all the cables, and then have a crowd-based battery that we can really save the energy from the sun in the wintertime when there's less sun and when a lot of people are heating with the energy with these crowd-based battery. So it's your stage. Thank you for coming, Mark.
Thanks for inviting me. All right. Welcome, everybody. By this time at a conference somewhere in Germany or so, people would already be at the bar drinking a beer. I guess this is the Spanish vibe. You eat and drink later in the evening. That's good. So let me give you a little bit of a background so you know where I'm coming from, and what I'm going to talk to you about is a bit more technical, trying to show you the solution, how we actually get there to achieve the vision that Markus has. Dan, there was a great talk you had, and when you said, I wanted to get the job and it was in a crisis, no one hired me, I felt reminded of how I got into this business actually. Because that was 2009, I was I'm a computer scientist by trade, and I did my diploma thesis at the SAP, wanted to work there, and it was 2008, end of 2008. There was of course the worldwide economic crisis just breaking out. And somehow I found my way into doing a PhD in computer science and doing it in the energy intersection of energy and mobility. So that's how I got into this whole topic of how can we integrate electric vehicles and the electricity grid and make use of this huge battery that is expensive and sits around 90% of the day. So after my PhD, I was working as employee number 1 at exactly the company that Marcus was just talking about. And I was very enthusiastic about this company, but it only lasted a year and a half. And then before that, I already had the idea of making myself or being a sole trader, explaining to companies, to car companies and charging station manufacturers, how do these communication protocols work? How can a car talk to an electric charger, the electric charger talk to a system in the cloud to make this all charging a bit more smart? So I said in 2016, okay, now seems to be the right time. I'm going to do this now, and for around 4 to 5 years, I'm still doing the consultancy, but I did it for 4 to 5 years. I did online courses, corporate training, wrote an ebook that is now standard literature for any company looking into these communication standards. But in 2020, I was sitting in Bali, sipping my coconut, and I felt frustrated because I thought, this cannot be. Why am I doing training for 4 years now or 5 years now, and the technology is still not on the market? So that's when I decided to build a company of my own, which is Switch, to gather a team around me to build a software solutions that charging station manufacturers and car manufacturers need, and also any company that needs to operate charging stations, to bring this whole idea to life. So that's a little bit of my background, and I'm here to tell you about how to turn your electric vehicle into a money-generating battery on wheels. This is the pointer, I guess. So I have 4 points I want to address today. Number 1, what is V2G, V2X, and all these acronyms that you may or may not have heard about? Just a short show of hands. Who has ever heard of V2G or V2X in this room? 2 people. All right, good. I'm trying my best. 3 people. Trying my best to convey, let's say, the complexity, because plugging a car in, having the car charged, making sure that the car can not only charge but even provide energy back to the grid, there is a whole miracle happening in the background. And that's what I try to convey, like a 10,000-foot view, so you have a better understanding of how do we actually achieve this. Not why we should do it, but how. So that's the ecosystem behind V2G. Then I'm going to give you an outlook of what's currently possible, which companies are working on this in terms of car manufacturers and charging station manufacturers. When are we going to have this V2G becoming a reality? By the way, V2G means vehicle to grid. So the vehicle is supporting the energy grid. And then why am I actually talking to you about this? What's our expertise? But that's just at the very end. Right, so let's clarify a few terms. In my world, V2G, V2X, V2H, V2B, V2L is like a constant thing that we talk about. So to go home a little bit smarter tonight, let me guide you through these different expressions, and so you better understand what is what. Marcus talked about smart charging. What does smart charging actually mean? Well, dumb charging in comparison would basically be plugging your vehicle in and it starts charging at the maximum power that the charging station can provide. So if you have, let's say, a street of houses, let's say 5, 6, 7 people buy a Tesla or a Porsche Taycan or whatever, let's say it's a very posh street, and they all plug in at the same time, you can be sure that the transformer that is supplying all these houses will not have enough power so that every car can be charged at the full time. Maybe 1 or 2 fuses blow, so you don't want to have this happen. Smart charging, also called V1G, means that you help take away the burden from the grid. Put a little bit of smartness into it. Get the information from the car. How much energy does each car need? When does each car need to be fully charged? So if you get this information through communication protocols automatically while the car is plugged into the charger, you can derive a certain charging schedule for each and every car so that it is charged when it needs to be charged over a time period of, let's say, 12 hours. When you plug in at 7 at the night and you leave next morning at 7 a.m., 12 hours is plenty of time to distribute each and every car, to get each and every car its power without overburdening the grid. Maybe even charging each car when a lot of wind power is available at night, or during the day when people are parking their cars at the employer's parking place, staying there for 8 hours, you have a lot of sun, especially on Mallorca. You want to harness that solar power. You don't want to throw it away, right? So that's what smart charging is basically about. Then we have vehicle to home, or V2H. Especially in the United States, a very, very hot topic, because we have the power lines going over the land, like not buried under the soil. And you have a lot of blizzards and tornadoes and all these severe weather phenomena. And people are often cut off from power. And if you had a vehicle that you could power your home, so you can, you can cook, you can watch the TV, all these kind of things, this is amazing. And by the way, a short story, Ford is working on this as well. There's the electrified Ford F-150 pickup truck. Americans love pickup trucks. And Ford F-150 is now the electrified version of that. They had an advertisement running during Super Bowl, where they showed basically a city at some point going black, someone just coming home, plugging in his vehicle into the home, and the home is lighting up, and the rest of the city stays dark. These last 10 seconds of the Super Bowl commercial were responsible for around 100,000 sales of the Ford F-150 in the States. So that's how you see how important this is over there. But not only for backup power, like forget diesel generators, but also for energy self-sufficiency. You want to pay less for energy. You want to harness the energy that comes through your solar roof, and not throw it away or feed it into the grid where you hardly get any benefit from it. Then there's vehicle to building. Think about factories, think about big commercial buildings where you want to reduce the power you take from the grid, because the more power you take, especially in commercial settings, the more expensive it becomes, and you have something called peak price or peak demand charges. It gets very expensive. So you want to use the power from your cars while they are connected for many hours to power the buildings, and recharge them when the energy is available through solar power, for example, or if it's just cheaper coming from the grid. So you want to make sure that you charge cheap and you charge with as much renewable energy as possible. Now, the Königsdisziplin, as we say in German, or like I'm not sure if that's a king's discipline, is that a real translation in English? I'm not sure. Is vehicle to grid, because that's the most complex one. The idea here is the energy grid always needs to be in perfect balance, a perfect equilibrium of supply and demand. In Europe, it's 50 hertz. In the US, it's 60 hertz. If it's out of this a balance, then you run into a blackout situation, and that's not good. So instead of building more and more power plants, why don't we use electric vehicles who drive around a big battery, often between 60 and 100 kilowatt hours, super expensive, aggregate all these different vehicles in a certain area to a virtual power plant that Marcus was also mentioning. So it can then provide this virtual power plant as an energy source toward a grid operator, so that the grid operator doesn't have to fire up a fossil fuel power plant or a nuclear power plant or a gas turbine, but instead use the existing batteries. This concept is as old as the early 2000s. So the theory is as old as, like, I don't know, even the late 1990s, but only now it is becoming a really hot topic in the industry. And that's actually my PhD topic that I worked on between 2009 and 2014. And it finally becomes reality. And you can make actual money of it. It depends on the country, and it depends on which grid operator service is provided. But the most, let's say, profitable service is what is called frequency containment reserve. That's exactly what I meant. When a frequency is getting out of balance, you use the car batteries to provide energy, and they pay actual money for it, as high as $2,000 per car per year. That's, for example, in Denmark happening. Then there's vehicle to load. Basically, you use your car as a little backup power device when you go camping or you want to run a concert somewhere. And all of that is basically summarized under V2X, vehicle to everything. So if you come across these terms, now you better understand what this is all about. Now, it's great to have this high-level knowledge, but how does this ecosystem actually work? So I'm going to give you a very short glimpse of the complexity, but I'm not going to go too deep, don't worry. But it's good to have an idea of, lifted the curtain to see what's really going on behind the scenes. So when you want to do V2G or charging, smart charging in general, you have the electric vehicle on the left-hand side here that is connected to the charging station. The charging station usually is connected to some kind of cloud-based management system, and the company running these charging station networks are called charge point operators. And in Mallorca, we will also have charge point operators. Probably Markus is going to run, maybe eMallorca is going to become a CPO entity, I don't know. But you do that, yeah. So they are in control of the charging station. They are monitoring them, seeing if there are any faults, seeing the availability, and providing this information also to end users through a mobile phone application, so you can also reserve and know ahead of time if a charger is available at the location that you want to charge at. Then we have what do you call mobility service providers. Think about your energy contract you have at home. Now you have an energy contract for your electric vehicle. And we call these mobility service providers. And there is a roaming situation going on between charge point operators that manage network and mobility service providers that give the contract to you or have a contractual relationship with you so you can charge at the charging station. You get, for example, an RFID card, so you can authorize, tap it at the charging station's RFID reader and get access to the charging station. And we also have the grid operator because the ones managing a charging station network needs to know from the grid operator, do I need to do anything? How can I help you? Do I need to lower the demand or lower the, let's say, the power with which the car is charged? Or do I need to tell the cars, please ramp up your charging because now there's a lot of wind power or a lot of solar power? And there are lots of stories of wind power farms in the North Sea that have to be shut down, or parts of those, because they provide too much renewable energy. And this causes an imbalance, too much supply, too little demand. And this would also cause a blackout, which is insane. So we need to harness the renewable energy as much as possible. Now, behind the scenes, there are loads of communication protocols, and that's where I'm going to stop going into the details. There is a communication protocol between the vehicle and the charger called ISO 50118. That's my expertise since 13 years. And there, how the charger talks to the backend is a different protocol. What I'm trying to convey here is there are lots of communication protocols, and the industry is unfortunately very fragmented, which often leads to very frustrating experiences for EV drivers all across the globe. Because car manufacturers and charging station manufacturers, they look at the same protocol, but they have a different understanding of it. They implement it differently, and then it becomes a problem. It's like we all talking broken English with each other, and if we're lucky, we understand each other. That's the current status quo of the industry. And that's what I, with my company, want to solve. So we sit, my company being called Switch, we provide software for charging stations, and we provide a software for charge point operators to make the charging process as seamless as it should be. It's the same as Tesla. You know, everyone loves Tesla because they have the car and the charging station under control. It's one ecosystem. It works perfectly. And now we need to bring the Tesla experience to every charging station manufacturer and every car manufacturer. And this is based on international standards. They are boring maybe, but they are a necessity to make sure that everyone understands each other perfectly. And that's what we do. Oops, can I go back? So one thing I wanted to mention, as we are talking about V2G, battery on wheels, one concept I want to give you on this way is the concept of grid codes. When a device like your solar inverter on your roof provides energy to the grid, this solar inverter needs to abide by what is called a grid code. It's basically a set of rules that a grid operator requires or sets up to define what happens and how the device needs to react when there's a frequency deviation or when there's a voltage deviation. So this information needs to go from the grid operator to the backend, to the charging station, and eventually also to the car. And here on the right-hand side, again, this is too technical. If you're interested, happy to talk you through it over a beer or a glass of wine. But that's what we specialize in. We like complexity, and to make this complexity go away for the average EV driver, to bring a seamless solution to market. So how does it currently look like on the market? Who's working on this? On the left-hand side, I list all the car companies that, from my point of view, and with my knowledge, are working on this vehicle-to-grid concept. This goes from Lucid. Who has ever heard of Lucid, by the way? 2 people only? Okay. Lucid is basically a Tesla competitor, but even more, I would say, luxury. And from a technology perspective, probably even a slightly better than Tesla. It's a luxury car, $150,000 or something around that. They're based in California. Hyundai and Kia, both based in Korea. It's the Hyundai Motor Group now. And we are involved in a project with both to bring vehicle-to-grid to the market next year. Volkswagen has publicly announced that every Volkswagen ID3, ID4, ID5 will be equipped for V2G. Volkswagen is not only going to be a car company, they are now shifting their mindset to become a software company or a software-driven car company. And they also want to become a utility, because now they can tap into each and every vehicle that they sell and bundle them in a virtual power plant to then bring energy back to the grid, and this way stabilize the grid, and that will be part of their revenue portfolio, so to say. Then there's Renault, Nissan, Ford. I talked about the Ford F-150. BMW is involved in some research project in Germany right now. On the charger station manufacturer side, I'm not sure if you ever heard of these because it's a bit more niche, but Alfen is based in Netherlands, Septec in Norway, Wallbox in Spain, Indra in the UK, and Costal in Germany. So it's basically very European focused here. And if I would provide a guess when vehicle-to-grid will be a concept that is really growing on big scale, I would say it's around 2025. There have been a lot of field trials already, based on an older standard called CHAdeMO since 2012. But now the whole industry worldwide is going towards what we call the combined charging system, CCS. So when you have an electric car and you look at your plug, this is a CCS plug. And given that I see so much momentum at the moment with all these projects we are involved in, I know that the industry is looking forward to bring these cars to market on mass scale in 2025. So that's when this will become a reality. And this is a multi-billion-dollar market by 2030, 2035. There are lots of research studies from Boston Consulting Group and others who say this smart energy services market, including vehicle-to-grid, is going to take off like crazy. All right, so yeah, why are we unique in this industry? Basically, we are looking at this very holistically, a vertically integrated value chain where we sell software for EV chargers. Think about it from an Android perspective. You all know Android on smartphones. When we are building now the Android for charging stations, because it is insane to believe as a charging station manufacturer who usually don't have IT expertise to trying to reinvent the wheel and implement those complex standards themselves. Then we end up with this interop nightmare that we see now in the industry. The same as every laptop manufacturer, they wouldn't think of re-implementing Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. They just buy it. It's commodity. And that's how the industry will converge. And we have our own software platform we provide, and with Markus we will engage here as well. And we provide the energy grid services through partners. So partnership is very important in this industry. Focus on what you can do really good, but partner with those who can really expand your portfolio. That's it. I think I'm over time. I am based in London. I'm from Germany originally, but 3 years ago I moved to London because I built up Switch. And I think London has a great talent pool. Now we are a company of 30 people and just raised our A round, makes us very happy. But that's not why you're here. I hope you take a lot of knowledge away from this talk, that I could lift this curtain for you, and that it was not too technical, and happy to talk to you about anything if you're interested later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for coming. I know this is not the tech nerd audience, but it was very important for me that also because it's recorded and live streamed, that we have some impression that that everything what I talk is really possible, because a lot of people only trust what they see, and I'm really grateful that you will support us on the mission to make vehicle-to-grid happen with special chargers, because that is not available on a big thing, on a big, as a commodity. If you go to Amazon and you say, I need 100 vehicle-to-grid chargers, it's not possible to buy. But in future, it will. Yeah, and because the future starts on Mallorca with eMallorca, I invite you to join our project to have the first big vehicle-to-grid charging hub here that we can show in Son Oms, where 50,000 and more cars are parked, that we show that what I'm talking before, to really supply the batteries to the grid. Not only for peak shaving, also in wintertime when the cars are not rented out, that they can supply energy when there is no sun. So thank you so much for coming, and we will talk later your stay more in detail about our plans, and then we will introduce it maybe in some months to the people in a second event.
Perfect. Sounds exciting. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mark. Our next speaker is a special friend of mine, I can say. It's Veena. Veena, come. With Veena, we have some crazy stories. Veena is one of the most important people at EHang.
No.
EHang is a Nasdaq-listed company, and she's working hard for the success. And when I was first asking and talking to Veena, I need for exhibition, I need a drone. I want to show it that the people understand. We were talking about an event in Saint-Tropez. We are talking about Monaco Yacht Show. So we have some special experience together.
Yes.
And we survived all the experience. And so I'm very grateful that you come here to speak about that, and that you even brought this new animal, because I think after trying to be the first air taxi line in Monaco and maybe in Saint-Tropez, I think now we are ready to do that on Mallorca, because here we have a strong support. As you see, the Pedro Roland is still here to listen to what you say, because I think to have an air taxi line as a virtual cable car between Mallorca and Menorca, that the people don't go with the plane for 10 minutes or whatever. It's insane. The carbon 2 emission and all the things to go in and out, that can really help with the EHang. So thank you so much for coming, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Marcus, and all the organizers to invite me here. It's my first time to Mallorca. I really like this island, and I saw so many possibilities to have these electrical transport solutions here. When I was a teenager, I saw this movie called The Fifth Element of Luc Besson. Do you know this movie? Yeah, everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows. And when I first saw these flying cars, I was so amazed. Would it be able to, in the future, to have these flying cars? And when the CEO of our company, EHang, he came to me and he asked me to work for them. And that was a few years ago. I first saw this flying machine. And I said, wow. When he asked me to work for him, I didn't hesitate for 1 second. I said yes. It's just like I took this job. It's just like a little girl's dream came true. And he said in the very beginning, Veena, you join us, but you have to know, technically, and for the innovations, we are great people. We can do it. But about the regulations, especially in Europe, is very, very hard. Are you ready? And I said, yes, I am. Let's see. And he didn't lie to me. After a few years that working for EHang, I know technically we are really good. We are a company about 300 people, and most of them are engineers. So it's since years that we are doing research and development. And now we work with regulations. And now I know this is not easy, but we are doing that. So we are doing this design verification, we are doing the type certification. So very soon, we will get all the certificate, and then we can finally commercialize it. And now, even we already done 10,000 flight testing, but it's not enough, especially in Europe. So just a few weeks ago that we did this in Japan, and we carry people inside. So would you, anybody in this meeting room, would you experience sitting in a cockpit in a flying machine without pilot? Would you do it? Would you do that? Perfect, perfect. It's not like a car without a pilot. The drone is in the air and there's no pilot. When I did it first time, I was a little bit, concerned, and I signed a paper. If anything happened, it will be my responsibility. So I did it, and I did it with a Dutch customer. And when I signed the paper, and I was about to jump in the drone, and my engineer told me, Wina, you should leave him fly alone, because in this cockpit we can carry 2 people. Because this Dutch guy is 2 meters high, very strong. And I asked my technician, why? And he looked at the guy, and he looked at the drone, and he said, Wina, you know why? Okay, and then he flew on his own. And for the second time, when this Dutch customer came to us, and he bring a delegation from the Netherlands, and they want to experience it again. And I sent them to Austria. And he asked me, why you sent me there, no longer to China? And I told him, oh, because there we have a partner called FACC. And we changed a little bit the cockpit. And they saw it. The cockpit is bigger. And I looked at him, and I said, you know why I sent you to there? So that means we are a manufacturer in China, and we have a second manufacturer in Austria as well, for bigger, for European size. You know why. And so about our product, we have 3 products. The first one is the passenger one. So maybe you saw it in the just in front of the. Let me show them. Let me show you. Yeah, the EHang 216. So why 216 is because there's 2 seats and 16 propellers. They are all made from the carbon fiber. It's very, very light. It's just about 400 kilos. So with the 6 men, we can carry it. So that's why we developed it for the urban zone. So one of our projects is to carry people from a train station in France, from a train station to the airport. So this drone's range is about 30 kilometers. So it will be enough. We go straight away from the train station to the airport. This is one of our projects that we are developing. And we are still developing the firefighting drones. So especially in the big cities, I imagine in New York, in India, in China, in big cities, when there's fire happens, you have to send right away a drones, for the emergency use cases. So that's why we develop these firefighting drones. We call this 216 EHang 216 firefighting drones. And we have also EHang 216 logistics. With this one, we work with the construction companies to bring tools, to bring meals, and to bring so many stuff to the companies. And I forgot one thing, for the EHang 216 passenger ones, actually we save people with it. Because one of our projects is to work with the port. In Rotterdam. For the pilot, for the vessel's pilot, they still have this old style to send a small boat and to bring the big boat, big vessel into the big, Rotterdam port. It is the biggest one in Europe. But it's time costing, and sometimes they fall. So to save people, we are imagining that to carry people in the future with this passenger drone, to send them to the big vessel, and then to save time, to save money, and to save life, of course. And for this small Falcon B, we call this Falcon B, and we carry McCafe, coffee for McDonald's in China. So, you know, everything is going very fast. And then I have this idea to go to see the McDonald's in France. And I told them, you see, in China, we already carry this coffee, bring this to our customers. Why don't we develop it in France, in Europe? And they said, Wina, you know, we have to wait a little bit. For what? Regulations. Again, it's the same problem. Well, I won't say this as a problem, nor an issue, because we have more concern about the securities. Of course, everybody concerned about securities. It will take more time to have this certificate, but we are focusing on it. So in the future, you see, the companies, they are developing for these small drones to carry goods for Amazon and for Uber, and we did this for DHL. Let me show you what we did for DHL. We developed a huge boxes for them. And there is a facial recognition system. You just need to scan your ID. You scan your ID, and then it will be all automatic. And then you put your letter inside this big box, and the drone will fly it, will take it, will charge it, and it will fly it autonomously. Again, there's no pilot, so the pilot will pre-program the flight path, and the drone will take off and then land from point A to point B. This will facilitate our life. This is what we are doing. So what we are doing is facilitating our life, and our slogan is "The future is now." This is what we are preparing. So the future is now. And for so passenger and logistics, and the three one I want to show you. This is a small drone, and we do the drone show with this one. So we are manufacturer of this drone show. You can see that the different LEDs here. We got Guinness reward of this, and now we can fly with 6,000 drones together. And I saw that there's so many possibilities in Mallorca, and we met the mayor from City Hall together, and maybe this year or next year, with your help, Marcus, we can have this drone show for the city. So we can do this. Maybe not with the 6,000, but 100 or 200, and we.
The elections are soon. Maybe we can celebrate the elections, or maybe we celebrate the ATP tennis tournament with Rafa Nadal. There's always something to celebrate here on Mallorca. As I learned, a lot of companies are celebrating big events. And they have the firework, but it's so loud, and the neighbors don't like it, and maybe that is a good opportunity, what you're saying.
Yes, so again, we have to focus on the permit first, so let's work together for this permit. So let me tell you a story about Marcus. So he first came into my warehouse. I didn't know Marcus, and he said, Wina, give me your drone, I will do a show. And I look at him, who is this guy? Why I should trust him? Why should I leave him my drone? And we didn't sign anything, because he started to talk about his dream. And that made me remember my dream when I was a little girl, when I was a teenager. And then I told him, Marcus, take it. And he did a fantastic show, fantastic event with EHang's drone. So now, thank you so much, Marcus. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's my pleasure,
And I know I did a good choice to have you for EHang's business. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Just pay attention, here's the gap. Yeah, thank you so much, Wina. I will be in the head office in Guangzhou of EHang already next week to see what we can really do. We have different business opportunities. One is here on Mallorca. The other one is in Zermatt in Switzerland to bring the people from the valley in 15 minutes up to the mountains for the super rich who can afford that. So we have different opportunities, and I really want, because I'm living here now on Mallorca, to really have the first air taxi line here on Mallorca to show the people from outside that Mallorca is not only good for tourism, that's also good for entrepreneurship, for innovation, and for new things. Because the Park BIT, for example, was mentioned to do that, to have that innovation. That was the idea of Park BIT. A lot of years ago, the Silicon Valley in Europe on Mallorca, this was one idea. And maybe we can all work together to continue on this idea, to bring innovation to Mallorca, to have an additional revenue stream for the people here, living here, not only the tourists only, that we have all the year nice things. That is what I'm here for. So thank you so much for all of you coming and listening until late in the evening. Nobody was falling asleep, as I say here, so it was all interesting. And tomorrow we will continue with eMallorca Experience Week. Thank you so much for coming.